Chapter 219. He was 17 years old, a young and frivolous age. Coupled with his excessive pampering and arrogance, his personality was extremely domineering. A hoarse voice came out of Su Yu's throat. "Help! I came for the snakeskin. Turns out, I saved someone along the way." In other words, Ouyang Tai was feeling good about himself. Feeling embarrassed, Ouyang Tai let out an angry grunt. "Bastard! You dare ignore me? Enough!" Su Yu stopped his divine ice threads, coldly lifting his head. "You call me bastard? Have you no manners? Why am I ignoring you? Give me a reason to take you seriously." Ouyang Tai was furious. "You bastard!" Just as the word bastard left his mouth, a red light flashed before his eyes. Su Yu had teleported in front of Ouyang Tai, raising his palm to slap him. "Stop!" Tan Lin rushed over, his eyes filled with anger. "What are you doing?" Su Yu calmly replied, teaching him a lesson. "Who do you think you are? You think you can teach him a lesson? Get out of my sight." Tan Lin was furious as well. His chance to curry favor had been snatched by a beggar who had appeared out of nowhere. But he was secretly delighted that this beggar, whose abilities were passable, was so arrogant as to dare slap Ouyang Tai. If he attacked now, he would be able to please Ouyang Yusin even more than defeating the ice dragon snake. Su Yu did not even turn his head, calmly saying, "If you want me to teach you a lesson, I'll grant you your wish." "Ignorant fool! You still dare to clamor in front of me, Tan Lin?" Tan Lin laughed in anger. A mere beggar also dared to clamor about teaching him a lesson, but just as Tan Lin was about to attack, a melodious voice came from behind him. "Stop! You are no match for him." Tan Lin's body froze, his voice hoarse. "I am no match for him?" If the person speaking had not been Ouyang Yusin, he would have cursed. What a joke! Su Yu had killed the Dragon Realm Level 3 Ice Dragon Snake with a single stomp. But to Tan Lin, who was Dragon Realm Level 4, it was nothing. He could kill Su Yu with one move. However, since Ouyang Yusin had spoken, even though Tan Lin was filled with dissatisfaction, he could only force himself to stop. Ouyang Yusin's beautiful figure moved gracefully, and there was a wisp of fragrance in the air. She calmly said, "My brother is at fault. You can let him go now." He was admitting his younger brother's mistake. However, there was no hint of apology in his tone. The words "you can let him go now" were filled with an indisputable order and impatience. It was as if he was a high and mighty noble, suppressing his disgust and scolding a beggar. Perhaps, in Ouyang Yusin's eyes, speaking another word with Su Yu was unbearable. Since you made a mistake, then you should be punished. Su Yu didn't show any mercy, and he waved his palm once again. Sigh, a soft sigh came from behind. Ouyang Yusin's expression was indifferent. "Give me some face." It looked like a request, but it was still an order. "Do we know each other?" Su Yu asked. Ouyang Yusin frowned slightly. "I don't know you. However, I am from the Ouyang clan of the Alliance City. I don't know the Ouyang family either," Su Yu interrupted. "Since you don't know them, why should I give them face?" After saying this, Su Yu hesitated no longer. A resounding slap reverberated in the silent snowfield. A palm print was clearly visible on Ouyang Tai's face. You dare hit me, wretch!" Ouyang Tai was about to curse when he saw Su Yu's indifferent gaze. "Insolence!" Tan Lin scolded angrily. Ouyang Yusin's expressionless beautiful face was now filled with coldness. There are not many people in the Alliance City who would dare to hit someone from the Ouyang family, except for me. Su Yu threw Ouyang Tai aside, cutting her off. He folded the snakeskin, stuffed it into his robes, and turned to walk toward the Alliance City. Ouyang Yusin's brows creased. Disgraceful. Su Yu secretly shook his head. Ouyang Tai hadn't thanked Su Yu for saving him, but had instead slandered him. He had taught Ouyang Tai a lesson, and his sister had commented, "Disgraceful." Furthermore, it looked like she was prepared to attack. If they really fought and he used Buddhist Saints 8 characters, his fate would be the same as Chen Kuan's. He would be killed by Su Yu. But Su Yu had seen too many people like this, and he couldn't be bothered. Whoosh! A pair of gorgeous, white wings suddenly unfurled. With a flap of the divine spirit heavenly wings, Su Yu's figure became blurry, disappearing from his original spot. Ouyang Yusin's pupils dilated. What speed? Tan Lin was dissatisfied. That damned thing. He sure runs fast. Tan Lin said. Miss Yusin, why didn't you chase him? That snakeskin was a birthday gift for the Yunxiang cabinet master. Tan Lin did not understand. How could he know that Ouyang Yusin's movement techniques could not compare to Su Yu's? Ouyang Yusin creased her brows, her eyes filled with disgust. Dirty. Do you think I would touch something that a beggar touched? Ouyang Yusin calmly turned around. I'm going to the Heaven Treasure Tower to find a treasure. The Alliance City. The place was bustling with activity and bustling with noise. The Alliance City, which was in the center of the 100 territories, had a population of hundreds of millions. Its surface area was comparable to Shenyu Island. Su Yu had spent 2 days to find out where he could refine the ice dragon snakeskin. That was the Heaven Treasure Tower. It was a gathering of the 100 territories alliance's shops of the highest quality and variety. It could be said that he had everything he wanted. There were also skilled craftsmen gathered there. There were also several masters who could refine treasures. It was rumored that there was a legendary craftsman who could refine half-divine artifact. Su Yu arrived in front of the Heaven Treasure Tower. Stop, the mighty guard sternly shouted. His cultivation level had reached Dragon Realm Level 3. Su Yu could not help but sigh. In the Luxian faction, Dragon Realm Level 3 was a powerful elder. But here, he was merely a guard. Is something the matter? Su Yu raised his eyelids. The guard looked Su Yu up and down, his expression calm. The Heaven Treasure Tower is not open to the public today. Please move elsewhere. Not open to the public? Su Yu did not understand. At that moment, a plump Dragon Realm middle-aged man took out a crystal coin and handed it to the guard. The guard smiled and opened up a path, allowing the middle-aged man to enter. Crystal coin? Su Yu faintly remembered that this was the currency of the 100 Territories Alliance. The Luxian faction was located in the wilderness and had not been popularized. If that was the case, not opening to the public was because the people outside looked down on Su Yu. They felt that Su Yu's cultivation level was average and his clothes were tattered, so they refused to let him in. Taking a step forward, the guard creased his brows. Do you need me to remind you again? The Heaven Treasure Tower is not open to the public today. Su Yu's expression was calm as he took out a black-scaled herb. It was the black dragon herb from the ancient Xianyun temple. This item could raise the cultivation level of anyone below Dragon Realm Level 3. It was worth at least 10 Alliance dollars. To the Heaven Treasure Tower, which only required 1 Alliance dollar to enter, this was 10 times the price. Shoving it into the hands of the guard, Su Yu looked up. Are you open for business today? Black Dragon Herb. The guard was shocked. This item was rare and only existed in ancient ruins. The rarer an item was, the more valuable it was. Its value was probably 20 Alliance dollars. Hearing Su Yu's words, the guard's expression turned stiff. He did not dare to refuse a rich person. His face turned red. Please enter, sir. Nodding his head, Su Yu entered with his hands behind his back. You cannot judge a book by its cover. What he meant was, do not look down on others. The guard nodded in agreement. Miss Yusin, we have arrived. Tan Lin complimented Ouyang Yusin as she walked over. Her pretty face and noble aura infected the surrounding atmosphere, making it difficult for people to look at her. The guard recognized the lady and hurriedly moved aside, his tone respectful. Greetings, Miss Ouyang. Is Master Lin here? Ouyang Yusin's lips parted. The guard nodded like a chick pecking at rice. To the public, he is naturally traveling, but Master Lin has instructed that if Miss Ouyang comes, you can enter to look for him. Master Lin was the legendary master craftsman of the Heaven Treasure Tower, an expert who could craft half-divine artifact. His status was extraordinary. Apart from the Alliance Master, no one dared to disrespect him. Normal forces did not even have the right to meet him. But he owed the Ouyang family a favor, agreeing to craft artifacts. This matter had already been communicated beforehand. Naturally, Ouyang Yusin could meet him. Nodding, Ouyang Yusin entered. Su Yu swept his gaze across the Heaven Treasure Tower. Elixirs, herbs, weapons, it had everything. The Luxian faction's precious top-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs were the lowest tier of goods in the Heaven Treasure Tower, casually displayed at the entrance. But Su Yu's goal today was to craft artifacts. Arriving at the crafting area, an old man in his 60s was waiting at the counter, bored to death. Seeing Su Yu approach, the old man silently observed Su Yu. His expression was calm, but there was an indescribable arrogance in his calmness. "What do you want?" "Choose for yourself, the price has already been set." "I want to customize a robe," Su Yu said simply. "What level of service do you want?" "The crafting standards vary. The price has already been set. Take a look." The old man raised his hand and pointed. Su Yu looked down. It was a list of targets. Level 3 Craftsman. Base fee, 100 Alliance dollars. Level 2 Craftsman. Base fee, 1,000 Alliance dollars. Level 1 Craftsman. Base fee, 10,000 Alliance dollars. Su Yu finished looking. Show me the treasures crafted by the 3 craftsmen. He naturally could not be fooled. He wanted to see the level of the treasures crafted. The old man creased his brows, a little impatient. But the request was reasonable, so he casually took out 3 treasures. From left to right, these are the treasures crafted by Level 3, Level 2, and Level 1 craftsmen. They are all swords, so you can compare them. Su Yu glanced over. The 3 swords did not look any different. Other than the Level 3 craftsman's sword being crude, there was no difference between Level 2 and Level 1. With a thought, Su Yu secretly unleashed his soul ripples. Only then did he realize that the Level 2 craftsman's sword was smooth on the outside, but there were many fine cracks on the inside. The Level 1 craftsman's sword was the same on the inside and outside. The only flaw was that there were still 3 fine cracks. Even the best craftsmen are unable to perfect it. 3 cracks. What a pity. Su Yu sighed. Hearing this, the old man slammed the table in anger. Insolence. The commotion was huge, and the anger was sudden. No one had expected it. Chapter 220. Su Yu was stunned. Could he have offended the shopkeeper by unintentionally commenting on the sword? "Do you know who made this sword?" the old man asked, his gaze unfriendly. "No." Su Yu shook his head. The old man snorted. "Ignorance is bliss. There is only one first-grade craftsman in the Treasure Heaven Tower, and that is Master Lin." After some thought, Su Yu calmly asked, "Should I know him?" "Ignorant child." The old man scolded angrily, as if he had been insulted. His voice was loud, attracting the curiosity of many onlookers. When they noticed the old man, many of the powerful fighters looked at him with respect. Even some of the Dragon Realm Level 5 fighters could not help themselves. Master Lin's first disciple, Lin Huinan, is guarding the crafting area today. What a sin. If I had known, I would have gone there. I did not hope to befriend him, but I hoped to be able to mention him to Master Lin. Hehe, who is that silver-haired kid? His clothes are tattered, and his abilities are passable, but he dares to nitpick and deliberately provoke us. In the Alliance City, not knowing Master Lin is a sin. No wonder Lin Huinan is angry. Su Yu's eyes and ears were sharp. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows. Had he unintentionally offended a famous craftsman? But Su Yu calmly replied to Lin Huinan's accusation. "I only used my judgment to point out the flaws in his artifact. I did not falsely accuse him. What wrong did I do? The path of craftsmanship is about constantly improving. If you hide your faults for fear of treatment, you will never achieve greatness." Ha ha ha. Lin Huinan was furious. He laughed in anger. "Junior, do you think you are worthy of teaching my master? My master's craftsmanship skills are extraordinary. No one in the Alliance City can compare to him. Who do you think you are to teach him? If you want to become famous, I'm sorry to tell you that you need not waste your effort." The Alliance City was a gathering of talents from hundreds of territories. There were many people who wanted to become famous. But it was extremely difficult to become famous in such a place. Thus, there were many unscrupulous ways. Belittling famous people to attract attention was a shortcut. Lin Huinan shook his head in disgust. I've seen many ignorant youngsters like you, trying to become famous in vain. However, to dare to have designs on my master, I can only say that you are too stupid. Do you think that with my master's status and identity, he would bother with a nobody like you? Su Yu shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with disappointment. Then all of you can continue to hide your ailments for fear of treatment. It is difficult for me to feel at ease handing the artifact that I am crafting over to craftsmen like you. After saying this, Su Yu turned around and walked out. You can't achieve your goal, so you accuse us of hiding our illness for fear of treatment. Ridiculous. Lin Huinan detested these crooked ways, and he shook his head coldly. Don't come back. The Treasure Heaven Pavilion doesn't welcome you. Su Yu did not pay any attention to them. While the crowd was pointing at him, he left as if there was no one else present. Huinan, what happened? Right at this moment, a voice entered Lin Huinan's ears. Lin Huinan's aged body trembled, and his eyes were filled with excitement as he turned to look at the second floor of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion. The second floor was not open to the public. In other words, it was only open to special groups of people. Those who could enter were all influential people. His master was crafting artifacts in seclusion on the second floor. The commotion on the first floor had startled him, and he had sent a voice transmission. Master, it was a troublemaker who found fault with the artifact you crafted. I have already chased him away, Lin Huinan replied respectfully. Master Lin calmly said, found fault? My crafting techniques are still a long way from becoming a true master. It is inevitable that there will be flaws. Do not argue with others over this in the future. Yes, master. Lin Huinan deeply felt his master's magnanimity. But master, the lad this time was deliberately making things difficult for you. Master, do not take it to heart. Master Lin shook his head lightly. His disciple had not completely understood what he meant. He could not help but sigh. How did he make things difficult? Lin Huinan asked. This arrogant lad dared to say that there were cracks in the sword that Master crafted. This is ridiculous. Master's crafting skills are perfect, how could there be cracks? Wait, did he say how many cracks there were? But what made Lin Huinan's expression freeze was that Master Lin, who was in the attic, had interrupted him. Lin Huinan did not understand. He repeated Su Yu's words. There were 3 fine cracks. He really said 3? Master Lin's voice was a little faster, his tone a little surprised. Lin Huinan's heart skipped a beat. 3. Master, could it be that the sword that you crafted, Huinan, the person you met was not a troublemaker, but an expert? Master Lin sighed after a long time, his tone filled with reproach. This sword was used for display, so I did not use my full strength to craft it. There is a flaw in it. When the sword was formed, I discovered 3 fine cracks, but it was too late to fix it. I did not expect an expert to be able to see through the surface of the sword and accurately discover the flaw. How shocking. Lin Huinan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. In his eyes, the sensationalist youth had actually spoken the truth. Huinan, where is he? Master Lin instructed. Invite him upstairs. I want to meet him in person. Lin Huinan was stunned. His expression turned ugly, as if the sky had collapsed. He said in a hoarse voice, Yes, master. Lin Huinan caught up to Su Yu, who had just left, with a look of shame on his face. Mister, please wait. Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back, his brows creasing. That's all I have to say. Do you have anything else to say? Lin Huinan's face turned red, his heart feeling as if it had been pierced by needles. He was ashamed, finding it difficult to speak. Mister, I was blind and did not recognize your identity as an expert. My words have offended you. Please come upstairs. My master invites you. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew past, causing the surrounding onlookers to freeze on the spot. This youth had actually received an invitation from Master Lin. In their eyes, the arrogant, sensationalist youth was actually a hidden expert. Master Lin. Su Yu shook his head. I'm sorry, I have matters to attend to. I appreciate Master Lin's good intentions. With such a disciple, how could his master be any better? Lin Huainan groaned inwardly, knowing that he had implicated his master. At that moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the second floor. A white-haired, youthful, and spirited old man hurried down the stairs. The moment he appeared, the entire first floor fell silent. Only excited whispers could be heard in all directions. It's Master Lin. Master Lin, who has not shown himself in half a year, has finally appeared. Master Lin strode over, quickly arriving in front of Su Yu. He wore an apologetic smile. I am Lin Yunhe, and I apologize to you on behalf of my disciple. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. I have been in seclusion for many years and have not taught my students well. The crowd looked at him with respect. Lin Yunhe had an illustrious status, but he was broad-minded and open-minded. The reason why he was loved and respected was because his refining skills were extraordinary, but his character was the main point of respect. Su Yu was surprised. Lin Yunhe did not seem to be as bad as he had imagined. At this point, Su Yu naturally let go of his prejudices. He smiled and replied, "It's just a small misunderstanding. It doesn't matter. Hihi, there are too many people here. Why don't we go upstairs for a chat?" Su Yu happily agreed. As the crowd envied him, he stepped onto the second floor, where only the rich and powerful had the right to enter. The crowd dispersed in bewilderment. Ouyang Yusin and Tan Lin entered at that moment. Ouyang Yusin saw that it was Lin Huainan in charge of the craftsmanship area. She bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Lin." Lin Huainan's attitude toward Ouyang Yusin was amiable. "Are you here to meet with my master?" "Yes," Ouyang Yusin said, her expression expectant. "Please wait a moment, Elder Lin. Master is meeting with an important guest." But Lin Huainan had a troubled expression. "Miss Ouyang, please wait a moment. Master is meeting with an important guest." "Important guest?" Ouyang Yusin was shocked. Anyone who could be called an important guest by Lin Huainan had to be extraordinary. Furthermore, anyone who could enter the second floor was definitely no weaker than the Ouyang family. "I will wait a moment." Ouyang Yusin did not dare disturb him. On the second floor, Su Yu entered a simple stone room. Lin Yunhe did not put on any airs as he poured tea for Su Yu. "You are young," Lin Yunhe said with a self-mocking smile. "You are an expert like me at such a young age. You make me feel inferior." Su Yu realized that he had been misunderstood. He did not hide anything. "Master Lin, you have misunderstood. I only have some special techniques that allow me to vaguely detect the internal situation of an artifact. I know nothing about craftsmanship." Lin Yunhe was taken aback. After a long while, he broke into laughter. "Does this mean that you have a unique skill?" "Master Lin, you flatter me." Su Yu was embarrassed. Chapter 221. Lin Yunhe thought for a moment, then asked curiously, "My friend, can you demonstrate it again?" "Sure." Then, Lin Yunhe took out a few failed products for Su Yu to appraise. Foreign objects, bubbles, cracks, uneven density. Su Yu could easily identify all the flaws. Lin Yunhe sighed in amazement. "If you wish to enter the path of craftsmanship, you will definitely achieve great things. If you are willing, I can teach you everything I know." Lin Yunhe valued Su Yu's talent. Su Yu was flattered. They had only known each other for a short while, but Lin Yunhe was already willing to groom him. In his 2 lives, this was the first time he had met such a selfless elder. Su Yu politely rejected him. "I am only focused on the martial path," he said. "I am afraid I will disappoint you." Lin Yunhe sighed in regret. "It is a pity that you are so talented. But it is fate that brought us together. Since you want to develop your martial arts, I will lend you a hand. Our meeting will not be in vain." Lin Yunhe wrote a letter in white. "This is my recommendation letter. Take it to the master of the Lin family and you will be able to enter the Lin family's 9-cloud tower. Training there will be beneficial for you." Su Yu was deeply grateful. They had only met once, but Lin Yunhe was willing to help him. "Thank you, Elder. Since you came to the crafting district, you must have come to craft weapons, right?" "I will help you." Lin Yunhe was determined to help Su Yu to the end. Su Yu was overjoyed. He thanked Lin Yunhe once again. I wish to use the skin of the ice dragon snake to craft a robe. Does Master Lin have any masks? Master Lin nodded. There are a few masks in the treasure room behind the house. Go pick them yourself. I will craft the robe for you. Su Yu entered the treasure room gratefully. A few masks were placed casually, their workmanship exquisite and of high quality. Su Yu picked up a silver mask that could only cover his face above the bridge of his nose. When he put it on, along with his silver hair and the fire cloud mark between his brows, he looked extremely mysterious. Beneath the mask was a pair of deep eyes that were difficult to fathom. Su Yu was very satisfied with this. He returned to the outer hall. After waiting for 2 hours, Master Lin finally finished crafting the robe. It was a long white robe, its collar and sleeves embroidered with gold. It exuded a noble aura. There was also a precious warm jade embedded on his waist, showing off his wealth. Su Yu took off the broken purple cloud dustproof robe. After putting on the new robe, his aura was completely different. She wore a white robe inlaid with gold, and her silver hair fluttered gently in the wind. Under the silver mask, his handsome face reflected a faint fluorescent light. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu had transformed from a ragged little beggar into an elegant gentleman. Lin Yunhe exclaimed, "You are like two different people. This old man has named this robe the White Moon Ice Spirit Robe. It has a decent defensive ability and matches your temperament." "Thank you, Elder Lin." Su Yu bowed respectfully. His sleeves and silver hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a celestial being. "Haha, go on. How much you gain in 9 Cloud Tower will depend on your own luck." Lin Yunhe smiled. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "However, the old man guarding the 9 Cloud Pagoda has some old grudges with me. He might make things difficult for you. You must endure it." "Yes. All right, I'll send you out." Lin Yunhe personally accompanied Su Yu down the stairs. Lin Huinan, who was waiting on the first floor, was stunned. The man in the white robe beside his teacher had a noble aura. Who was he? When did he go up? After a while, through the silver hair, he was barely able to confirm that this completely different noble young master was that ragged little beggar. But what shocked Lin Huinan even more was that his teacher had personally sent him off. Even though his teacher was kind, other than the 100 Territories Alliance master and a few people close to the Lin family, he had never personally sent a guest off. Just who was this young master? Many people were also looking at Su Yu. His calm demeanor, his noble aura, and his handsome face made it hard for people to ignore his presence. "What a handsome man," said a pretty young lady, her face red, her voice like a mosquito's. Beside her was a young lady in her 20s. Her face was also slightly red, her beautiful eyes shining. Which family is this man from? To be able to go up to the 2nd floor, he must be extraordinary. Ouyang Yusin, who was waiting at the bottom of the stairs, lifted her head subconsciously, her eyes reflecting Su Yu's figure. His white spiritual robe swayed in the wind. His silver hair danced in the wind. His handsome face, beneath the silver mask, was even more mysterious. Looking at Su Yu, Ouyang Yusin's beautiful eyes flashed with amazement. She thought to herself, what a noble man. Why have I never seen him in the 100 Territories Alliance? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Yunhe personally sent Su Yu to the door. He floated away like a celestial being. A moment later, the crowd recovered from their amazement. "Tan Lin, go after him," Ouyang Yusin said quickly. "I'll be there in a moment." Tan Lin was burning with jealousy. Ouyang Yusin's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. How could it escape her notice? Ouyang Yusin was proud, and she had never been attracted to men. But just now, and then? Tan Lin's expression was dark. Ouyang Yusin's beautiful eyes glowed. "Ask him about his background. If he is from outside the Alliance City, tell him. I'll be there shortly." For Master Lin to think so highly of a talent, he must be brought into the Ouyang family. Was that all? Tan Lin did not believe it. All right. But Tan Lin still agreed. After Su Yu left, he asked for directions to the Lin family and headed there at a moderate pace. There is still half a month until the Alliance meet. I must cherish the opportunity to enter the Nine-Cloud Tower and improve my cultivation level, Suyu thought to himself. Even though he had many techniques, Suyu did not dare let his guard down. How vast was the 100 Territories Alliance? There were many geniuses and many strong fighters. In the Luxian faction, Suyu might be considered a demonic genius. But in the 100 Territories Alliance, he might just be average. At that moment, a cold aura came from behind him. Stop right there. Suyu stopped in his tracks, calmly turning his head. What he saw was Tan Lin, who had hurried over. Tan Lin's eyes were filled with jealousy as he coldly scolded, "Tell me your name." Suyu glanced at him, his footsteps light, ignoring him. Did Suyu have to tell him his name just because he asked him to? Being ignored made Tan Lin even angrier. He took a step forward and chased after Suyu. "I'm asking you a question. What is your name? Where are you from? Speak." Suyu ignored him, walking straight toward the Lin family. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You really think too highly of yourself. Tan Lin was furious. He had long forgotten that his original intention was to find out about Suyu's background. Whoosh! Tan Lin blocked Suyu's path, gathering a lump of frightening spirit energy in his palm. Wearing a mask, trying to be mysterious. "Let me see what kind of trash you are." Creak. Chapter 222. Suyu frowned slightly and waved his palm. "A mere Dragon Realm Level 1 is putting on an act." Tan Lin snorted. He found it hard to accept that Ouyang Yusin had judged him to be inferior to Suyu. Even though Suyu had killed the Ice Dragon Snake with a single stomp, it was very strange. But no matter what, would a Dragon Realm Level 1 fight head-on against a Dragon Realm Level 4's opponent? Suyu's movements were stiff and slow, like a newbie who had just entered the Dragon Realm. Tan Lin felt that it was ridiculous. Among Ouyang Yusin, he couldn't even compare to this kind of person. Puff, the two palms collided. However, what caused Tan Lin's expression to suddenly stiffen was, although his opponent's movements were slow, his strike felt as if he had struck a mountain. Even with his powerful strength and spiritual energy, he could not shake Suyu in the slightest. Instead, it was a rebounding force that caused him to stagger and almost fall. Suyu possessed 17 meteorites. How could a casual grab from Tan Lin shake them? In addition, Suyu's White Moon Ice spiritual robe could withstand an attack from a Dragon Realm Level 4. Tan Lin could not even harm a single hair on his body. Not only had he not defeated Suyu, but he had also suffered a small loss. Tan Lin was ashamed and angry. This young master can't do anything to you. Tan Lin's anger could be imagined. Suyu frowned slightly. He did not have the heart to bother with Tan Lin, but Tan Lin kept forcing him. Crimson Moon Palm. Tan Lin attacked furiously. Crimson spiritual energy surged between his palms as he changed his posture and drew a semicircle in the air. From afar, it looked like a bright red moon. Great perfection of legacy cultivation technique. Suyu nodded his head slightly. Even the geniuses of the Alliance City could not casually cultivate immortal-level cultivation techniques. In the hundreds of years that the Luxian faction had been around, they only had a remnant of an immortal-level manual. An immortal-level cultivation technique was equivalent to a top-notch technique in the continent. His opponent had used his full strength and had no intention of holding back. Hence, Suyu would naturally not show any mercy. Wind Shadow Step. Suyu gave a light hum in his heart. With a tap of his toes, he stepped into the void. A giant footprint, formed by the condensation of wild winds, appeared from under Suyu's feet with a rumble. A palm and a step collided. With a scream, a figure was sent flying into the city wall. Tan Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest was dyed red. The arrogance on his pale face was replaced by shock. Immortal-level cultivation technique? Who are you? Immortal-level cultivation methods were only in the hands of Ascendance-level experts. Those who could come into contact with him were all well-known figures of their respective forces. Furthermore, the fact that he could comprehend it meant that his comprehension ability was extremely high. Ouyang Yusin was a proud and arrogant woman. However, the Ouyang clan only had 3 true spirit fragments. As for Ouyang Yusin, even though she had been cultivating since she was young, she had only reached the first level of small success. Who was Su Yu? How could he have come into contact with an immortal spirit? Floating down, Su Yu did not even look at him, but headed straight for the Lin family. Whoosh! But at this moment, a fragrant wind assaulted his nostrils, and a beautiful figure blocked Su Yu's path. Sir, please stay. She was dressed in a robe that was embroidered with phoenixes. She had a noble and imposing aura, and her face was bright and beautiful. Who else could it be but Ouyang Yusin? He hurriedly informed Master Lin about the items that he wanted to refine and quickly chased after him. He did not expect to see Su Yu injuring Tan Lin with a kick. Beneath his mask, Su Yu's deep eyes lifted slightly, calmly looking over. His meaning was clear. What advice do you have? Tan Lin dragged his body over, half of his body hiding behind Ouyang Yusin. His eyes were filled with both respect and resentment. Miss Yusin, I was speaking nicely to him, but he suddenly attacked and injured me. How could he admit that he was no match for Su Yu in a direct confrontation? Speaking nicely? Su Yu's lips formed a mocking smile. He did not even have the mood to be bothered by such a clown's act of inverting right and wrong. Bypassing Ouyang Yusin, Su Yu silently left without a word. Miss Yusin, it is best not to befriend such a strange and ruthless person, Tan Lin said, seeing that Su Yu was not defending himself. Ouyang Yusin's brows creased, her clear eyes squinting. Is that so? How badly did he injure you? Tan Lin was overjoyed. His injuries were not serious, but he launched such a despicable sneak attack. Miss Yusin, please help me. Ouyang Yusin's snow-white chin nodded. Fine. I will help you. Slap. However, what was unexpected was the result. Ouyang Yusin's figure turned, and she slapped Tan Lin across the face. Tan Lin spun on the spot, the sudden force of the slap sending him spinning. A bright red palm print was clearly visible on his face. His eyes were filled with confusion. But when he met Ouyang Yusin's angry eyes, he was filled with fear and guilt. He stammered, Miss Yusin. He did not injure you seriously, Ouyang Yusin said coldly. I will help him slap you again. Tan Lin felt a wave of humiliation. He injured me, but you are not speaking up for me, but helping him slap me. Humph. I asked you to come here to ask for my name, not for you to vent your personal grievances. Ouyang Yusin was furious. She had wanted to win over Su Yu, but Tan Lin had used his position for personal gain and offended this man. If not for the fact that you have been at my beck and call recently, Ouyang Yusin said, I would not have given you such a simple slap. Now, you can leave. I do not need someone like you by my side. Ouyang Yusin coldly scolded. Tan Lin's heart was filled with hatred. He had been at Ouyang Yusin's beck and call, but he was not as important as this mysterious man. Fine. I will leave. Tan Lin clenched his teeth and left, humiliated. Before he left, he glared at Su Yu's back. Ouyang Yusin did not even look at him. She retracted her cold expression and quickly caught up to Su Yu. Her beautiful face wore an elegant smile. I am Ouyang Yusin. That friend of mine had no sense of propriety and offended you. Please forgive her. Su Yu nodded, but did not speak. Toward women like her, Su Yu kept a respectful distance. Tan Lin had been at her beck and call. Even if he had not done much, he had still worked hard. To please a stranger, she had not hesitated to slap him in front of everyone, causing him to leave in humiliation. It could be said that this woman was extremely selfish and cold. If he became friends with her, once he lost his value, he would most likely be heartlessly abandoned. The world was dangerous. As a woman, she had to live in a cruel continent. Hence, she was greedy for fame. Su Yu could understand that. But he had always found it difficult to accept snobbish women. Not receiving a reply, Ouyang Yusin felt slightly embarrassed. In the entire Alliance city, many men wanted to speak to her, but they might not even get a glance from her. This silver-masked man was good, though. He was cold beyond compare. May I ask for your name? Ouyang Yusin asked with a smile. Su Yu felt a little helpless. He shook his head, not replying. Ouyang Yusin was speechless. Could he be a mute? A trace of regret appeared in her colorful eyes. Such a pitilessly talented, noble, and handsome young master was actually mute. Even though her impression of him as a noble man had been reduced, what Ouyang Yusin valued was his relationship with Master Lin. Hence, she did not leave. Instead, she followed closely, asking questions along the way. When Su Yu arrived at the Lin family's house, he walked straight into the yard. Chapter 223. Back then, the 100 Territories had been a barren land with hundreds of territories. Many of the powers had perished with the passing of time. But since ancient times, 3 powers had existed for a long time, standing tall in the 100 Territories. These 3 powers were known as the 3 Great Ancient Regions. The Lin family was one of the regions. Their abilities were strong and ranked 3rd in the 100 Territories alliance. They were undoubtedly big shots. Even 10 Ouyang families could not compare to the Lin family. The Ouyang family could only cling to such a family. Could this mute be one of the sons of the Lin family? Ouyang Yusin stared at the Lin family's sign, her expression solemn. She stopped in her tracks, not daring to follow. Who are you? At the door were 2 guards over 40 years old. Their cultivation levels were frighteningly strong, at Dragon Realm level 3 peak. Su Yu expressionlessly took out a letter and tossed it over. The 2 guards received it, their expressions changing. After confirming it, they asked, "What is your name?" "Yin Yu." Su Yu was silent for a moment, then thought of a name. Since he had decided to change his identity, he might as well change his appearance. "Since Master Lin recommended you, please enter." The guards moved aside, allowing Su Yu to enter. Ouyang Yusin's expression froze, her beautiful eyes widening. He is not a mute. Then he ignored me on purpose just now? Ouyang Yusin felt a surge of anger in her chest. Had she offended him? Along the way, he had not said a single word. But after thinking about it, Ouyang Yusin's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. First, she knew his name, Yin Yu. Second, she knew that he was not from the Lin family. He might even be someone from outside the Alliance city. As such, there was a need to rope him in. An outsider who was highly regarded by Master Lin and possessed an immortal-level technique had to be recruited by the Ouyang family no matter what. They entered the Lin family. The guard led the way. "I will first bring you to meet the master." Su Yu nodded. Of course. Coming to the Lin family, he naturally had to first pay a visit to the master. Passing through a garden, he saw a few young men sparring. They were quite young. The youngest was about the same age as Su Yu, only 15 years old, but his abilities were at Dragon Realm level 3. The oldest was only 19 years old, but his cultivation level was at Dragon Realm level 4 upper tier. Among them, there were a few strong martial artists who were Dragon Realm level 4 lower tier. There was also a young lady in a red dress. She was only 18 years old, but her cultivation level had reached Dragon Realm level 4 peak. Her potential was only below Ouyang Yusin's. Without a doubt, they were disciples of the Lin family. And this was only a part of what Su Yu saw. The disciples of the Lin family have such a strong foundation. Su Yu was surprised. Any one of them could be ranked among the top 4 geniuses in the Luxian faction. But in the Lin family, he was a rather ordinary member. At this moment, 2 18-year-old youths were competing. One was a Dragon Realm level 4 lower tier, while the other was a Dragon Realm level 4 upper tier youth. The Dragon Realm level 4 upper tier disciple was a delicate-looking young man with a slightly gloomy aptitude. Opposite him was a tall and sturdy young man who was Dragon Realm level 4 lower tier. The battle between the two of them was quite intense, and one could faintly see the viciousness of their attacks. It did not seem like an ordinary battle. If one were to observe carefully, they would notice that when the two of them were sparring, they would occasionally glance at the young lady in the red dress who was quietly watching the fight. The young lady in the red dress was 18 years old. She had a pretty appearance, an oval face, and snow-white skin. Her cultivation level had reached the frightening Dragon Realm level 4 peak. She was the strongest among the crowd. But perhaps it was because she was in the 100 Territories sanctuary of the Alliance city, but like Ouyang Yusin, the young lady in the red dress was arrogant. Her snow-white chin was slightly lifted, and her eyelids were slightly drooping, giving off an arrogant feeling. The difference was that Ouyang Yusin was arrogant. She looked calm on the outside, and she was tactful. The young lady in the red dress, on the other hand, was young and inexperienced, displaying her arrogance in front of her. Looking at the other youths watching the fight, who were occasionally shooting her ambiguous glances, it was not difficult to understand the reason for their intense battle. They were full of vigor and youthfulness. They were probably trying to win the heart of the beautiful lady in the red dress. Rumble, rumble, slap. When Suyu passed by, they had already exchanged 10 moves. Chapter 224. Scram. But Suyu did not need to dodge. He used the wind shadow step, and a giant footprint landed on Lin Long's chest. Pooh! Lin Long spat out a mouthful of blood. He let out a pathetic cry as he was sent flying into the flowers, sending up a cloud of dust and flowers. His expression was one of shock. An immortal level technique? You! How is that possible? Even I did not learn it. How can you? Do you want me to do it again? Suyu calmly asked. Lin Long immediately shut up. The gazebo was filled with shock. A Dragon Realm level 1 lad had sent Lin Long flying with a kick. If he wasn't mistaken, he should be hiding his cultivation. He was only 15 years old, but he had such a cultivation level. He was a rare genius. Clap, clap, clap. The arrogant red-lipped girl stood up and clapped. She lifted her chin like an arrogant peacock, standing on the stairs and looking down on Suyu. Not bad, she said. Stronger than Lin Long. Who are you? Are you a disciple of the Lin family? If so, you will follow me from now on. Another one who thought highly of himself. Suyu shook his head. I am not a member of the Lin family. I just want to meet the master. Excuse me. Stop. You have not answered my question. Who are you? I do not wish to repeat myself. The girl in the red dress was displeased. Suyu disappeared from the garden without turning back. Honga, why bother with such a person? Lin Hai stared at Suyu's back, his gaze unfriendly. She was the prettiest girl in the Lin family, Lin Hong. Many people wanted to win her favor, but a lad of unknown origin had snatched her away. Lin Hong glanced at him with disdain. Do I need you to care about my matters? I spoke too much. Lin Hai was embarrassed, his heart burning with jealousy. Suyu arrived at the master's room under the guidance of the guard. Master, the guard said, this is Master Lin's letter of recommendation, recommending a gentleman to train in the 9-Cloud Tower. The room was silent for a moment, then a gust of wind swept the letter through the gap in the door. Such a technique shocked Suyu. He did not rely on spiritual energy or techniques to control the wind of the world to retrieve an item. What kind of technique was this? A moment later, a calm voice came from the room. Ian, this is Yun, his personal letter. Go, Xiao Tong, take him there. At the door of the house, a 9-year-old boy, who was guarding the door, acknowledged and led Suyu away. After a long time, a sigh came from the room. How many times has this Yun he done this? Handing over the family's resources to outsiders, sigh. Inform the other guards that from now on, if they receive a recommendation letter from Yun He, they must use this old man's absence as an excuse to refuse entry. The person in the room said. The guard was helpless. Suyu was not the first disciple that Lin Yunhe had introduced. In the past, there had been a few disciples that Lin Yunhe had taken a liking to, but they had come from poor backgrounds and lacked resources. Lin Yunhe valued their talents and recommended them to the 9-Cloud Tower of the Lin family. Because Lin Yunhe was an honorary elder of the Lin family and an influential figure in the 100 Territories Alliance, the family head could only tolerate him. However, one more outsider meant one less opportunity for the family's disciples, and it really put the family head in a difficult position. Now, he had come up with this plan. Master, should we absorb this Suyu to become a genius that our Lin family is nurturing? The guard at the door asked. Some of the outstanding disciples that Lin Yunhe had recommended had shocking talents and were taken in as geniuses by the Lin family. However, they were few and far between. Suyu was only 15 years old, but he had the ability to suppress a Dragon Realm level 4 lower tier. While this might seem shocking, the Lin family might not take him seriously. There were many Lin family disciples who were more outstanding than Suyu. There was no need to absorb an outsider. Let's see his performance first. With the boy leading the way, Suyu came to the depths of the Lin family, to a 1,000 jong tall bronze tower. The bronze tower pierced the clouds, surrounding the clouds of the 9 heavens. That was why it was called the 9-cloud tower. The 9-cloud tower contains raging flames from the Earth's core, the boy said. Its temperature is extremely high. At the same time, it emits energy from the Earth's core. The longer one remains in the flames, the more energy one will absorb. The 9-cloud tower is split into 2 levels. The first level is on the surface. There are not many raging flames from the Earth's core, but it is enough for those below Dragon Realm level 5. The second level is underground. Not only are there many raging flames from the Earth's core, but there are also mutated raging flames. This tower tests one's endurance. The longer one endures, the greater the reward. The boy explained, expressionless. Lastly, every time it opens, the first level can only accommodate 9 people. You will need to fight to have a chance. Suyu nodded. I understand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He had just finished speaking when a large group of people flew over. Most of them were unfamiliar youths. But Suyu noticed 2 or 3 familiar faces among the crowd. Lin Long, Lin Hai, and Lin Hong had all rushed over. Among the Lin family disciples, Lin Hong's abilities were considered top-notch. But sweeping his gaze across the disciples present, Suyu's pupils shrank. There were 3 talented youths of Dragon Realm level 5. Of the 3 of them, one had just turned 20, and the other 2 were around 19 years old. What shocking potential! In the Luxian faction, Dragon Realm level 5 was at least the 5th elder. But he had trained for more than 80 years to reach this level of cultivation. But the 3 people in front of him were not even 20 years old, yet they had such abilities. Just the Lin family alone had hidden 3 shocking talents. It was a sight to behold. Lin Hai noticed Suyu immediately. He had a noble aura, unique silver hair, and a mysterious mask. It would be difficult not to notice him. It's you. You are here to snatch the resources of the Lin family's 9-cloud tower? Lin Hai's face was filled with hostility. Hearing this, the rest of the Lin family members were more or less hostile. Only Suyu remained calm. I was recommended by Elder Lin Yunhe. Do you have any objections? He said leisurely. Lin Hai grunted angrily. It's him again, that meddlesome old thing. Hey! Suyu creased his brows, his gaze turning cold. Even though I do not know the factions in your family, he is your elder. It would be better for him to be polite. A big family must have the bearing of a big family. Suyu was indebted to Lin Yunhe for his talent. Now that he was being slandered by a junior, Suyu could not ignore it. Lin Hai already had a bad opinion of Suyu. Hearing this, he was even more furious. He parted the crowd, walking toward Suyu aggressively. This is the Lin family's business. Do you think an outsider like you has the right to interfere? Clarify your identity. Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in the Lin family's business? Even if I am a nobody, I am still better than a nobody who does not know his place, Suyu said calmly. Lin Hai glared at him. How dare you be so presumptuous in the Lin family? You really don't know how to spell the word death. Lin Hai was furious. Looks like if I don't wake you up, you will not understand what kind of situation you are in. He was already burning with jealousy because Lin Hong thought highly of Suyu. Now, he had just found an excuse to attack. The geniuses of the Lin family did not try to stop him. Even though they felt that Lin Hai was too overbearing and unreasonable, no one would feel comfortable with an outsider occupying their cultivation resources. Whoosh! Lin Hai attacked without hesitation. He took out a sword and slashed down. Clear sky streak sword. In that instant, the sword glowed brilliantly, its sharp edge cutting through the sky, leaving only a trace. The Lin family disciples were stunned. Even the few Dragon Realm level 5 fighters nodded in approval. As expected of the great elder's grandson. One of the family's 3 immortal level techniques, Clear Sky Streak Sword, has been comprehended by him. He is very close to achieving lower class. Since he has an immortal level technique, who dares to challenge him? The power of an immortal level technique was unparalleled. Wang Wang had the ability to fight beyond his level. Kid, do you think that you are the only one who knows an immortal level technique? Take this. Su Yu's gaze was calm as he took a step forward. Wind shadow step. Rumble, a huge footprint stomped out with a rumble. The footprint and the glow of the sword collided between the two. Creak, but the result was unexpected. The footprint was destroyed, and the remaining glow of the sword shot toward Su Yu's face. Even though it was a remnant, it was still deadly. Su Yu's expression changed. As he retreated, his white moon ice spiritual robe vibrated. Clang, the white moon ice spiritual robe let out a cold spark, leaving behind a shallow mark. It had been successfully blocked. Thud, thud, thud. Su Yu was forced back 3 steps by the sword energy, his chest feeling slightly numb. Lin Long, who had been kicked by Su Yu, had a cold smile. That's all there is to it. You think so highly of yourself after learning some immortal level techniques from somewhere? Lin Hong shook her head in disappointment. That's all there is to it. Lin Hai had a cold smile, taking advantage of the situation. The defense of your robe is not bad. I want to see how long you can last. After saying this, the glow of the sword flickered again. He did not give Su Yu any chance. His every move was ruthless. Su Yu's expression turned cold. Fine, I do not need to show mercy. With a flick of his wrist, the meteorite bracelet fell silently. After the seemingly ordinary bracelet fell to the ground, rumble, the ground shook violently, as if a giant mountain had fallen. The small meteorite had crushed the ground to a depth of 3 meters. Large cracks spread in all directions. The terrifying weight of the bracelet could be imagined. The disciples of the Lin family froze on the spot. Had Su Yu been carrying such a terrifying weight while battling Lin Hai? Thinking of this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. This kind of heavy training was too crazy. After a month, Su Yu put down the incomparably heavy meteorite bracelet for the first time. The blood energy and spiritual energy that had been suppressed in his body were released like never before, like a great river that had broken through its dam. His cultivation level, which had been suppressed to its limit, was suddenly restored. No, after recovering, he was crazily absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth. The spirit energy within a radius of half a mile was completely absorbed. His cultivation level, which should have been Dragon Realm Level 3 lower tier, had broken through to Dragon Realm Level 3 upper tier. This was the benefit of carrying the weight to its limit. At this moment, Lin Hai slashed with his sword. The sharp edge of the sword blew the silver hair in front of Su Yu's forehead, revealing his cold gaze. Wind shadow step. Su Yu, who had let go of his restraints, had his abilities increased by several levels. It was an immortal level technique, but when he used it in his best condition, its power increased by another level. Creak, a huge footprint that was 30 feet wide stomped down from the sky. This time, the footprint and the glow of the sword collided. The glow of the sword did not even penetrate the footprint before it was extinguished by the footprint. Following that, the footprint landed on Lin Hai's chest. Ah, poo! With a pathetic cry, Lin Hai was sent flying, spitting out blood. Several of his ribs were broken on the spot. The change in his abilities was earth-shattering, as if he were 2 different people. This caused the disciples of the Lin family to be extremely shocked. Su Yu squatted down, calmly picking up the meteorite bracelet. He did not look at Lin Hai, as if defeating him did not give him any sense of accomplishment. Just how strong was this silver-haired lad? The disciples of the Lin family were extremely shocked. But at this moment, a figure flew out from the 9-cloud tower, letting out a cold grunt. Behaving atrociously in the Lin family. I will not forgive you. A bolt of shocking killing intent locked onto Su Yu, sweeping out from the tower. Chapter 225. An elder in a green robe stepped out in anger. He was short, but his face was pale and beardless. Whoosh, it was an immortal realm elder from the Lin family. From his aura, he was much stronger than the Luxian faction master and the great elder. Su Yu could roughly guess his identity. Lin Yunhe had warned him that the old man guarding the pagoda was not on good terms with him. This must be the elder in front of him. Great elder. The Lin family disciples were shocked, their expressions filled with respect. He came out after all. Lin Hai's grandfather. With the great elder's protective nature, how could he not come out when Lin Hai was injured? That silver-haired kid is in trouble. Even without the incident with Lin Hai, I think the great elder would still have made things difficult for him. Which genius that Lin Yunhe did not make things difficult for? Who asked them to be on bad terms? Su Yu's eyes and ears were sharp, so when he heard these messages, he understood what was going on. Secretly shaking his head, Su Yu faced the great elder's angry gaze calmly and calmly said, "Behave atrociously. When your grandson was being overbearing, why did you not come out and say that he was causing trouble? Now, after being injured by me, you come out and say that I was causing trouble." The great elder's expression was unfriendly. You injured a member of the Lin family and still dare to spout such nonsense. Su Yu shook his head. Spouting nonsense. Do the people of the Lin family only know how to distort the truth and twist logic? Stubborn. The cold aura of the immortal realm emanated from his body, enveloping the area. Many of the Dragon Realm disciples were shocked. Enough. At this moment, a clear voice came from the heavens. It was ethereal and difficult to pinpoint its origin. The great elder's expression changed, unnaturally withdrawing his aura. "Master, this ignorant kid injured a disciple of the Lin family. If we do not punish him, how can the Lin family face the world? Second brother, it's one thing for Lin Hai to be inferior, but you are bullying the young. Have you not embarrassed the Lin family enough?" Even though the Lin family master's tone was calm, there was a hint of anger in it. Lin Hai had purposely tried to find fault with Su Yu. Instead, he had been taught a lesson by Su Yu. If news of this spread, the Lin family's reputation would be tarnished. Yes. Patriarch. Although the Grand Elder felt indignant, he could sense the anger in the Patriarch's words. He could only suppress the negative emotions in his heart and hurriedly check on Lin Hai's injuries. "All right, you may enter the 9-cloud pagoda." Patriarch Lin sighed softly and disappeared. Creak, the door of 9-cloud tower opened soundlessly. When Su Yu entered it, he felt a shockingly scorching heat engulfing him. His skin was stinging and burning. When he looked at the Lin family disciple again, he also frowned slightly. There was a hint of pain in his expression. However, in the midst of the pain, there was also a deep sense of anticipation. After the burning pain subsided, Su Yu suddenly felt that there was an extremely warm energy hidden within the scorching air, which entered his body through his breathing. After the energy entered his body, Su Yu was surprised to discover that his cultivation base, which had just broken through to Dragon Realm Level 3 upper tier not long ago, had undergone a significant change. What frightening energy! Su Yu was secretly surprised. It was more than 30% stronger than the ancient Xianyun temple, and this was just the entrance. The closer it was to the center, the more abundant the energy was. Sweeping his gaze across, Su Yu discovered that there were 9 floating lotuses at the center of the tower. They were large enough for one person to sit cross-legged. Beneath the lotuses were shards of weak blue flames. As they emitted heat, they also emitted pure energy. If the energy at the entrance was so pure, what if he were to cultivate while sitting on the lotuses? Whoosh, 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 one after another, figures flew towards the 9-petaled lotus throne. Su Yu did not want to fall behind. In terms of speed, no one present could compare to him. Activating the Divine Spirit Heavenly Wings, Su Yu caught up to a few Dragon Realm Level 5 fighters. He followed closely behind them and successfully snatched a seat. The other lotus seats were also occupied. However, the snatching battle did not end there. Some of the weaker fighters were immediately kicked down. Apart from the 3 Dragon Realm Level 5 fighters and the Dragon Realm Level 4 peak fighters, who no one dared to covet, the rest of the seats were snatched. Of course, there was one exception, Su Yu. His ability to injure Lin Hai with one kick caused a group of Dragon Realm Level 4 upper-tier fighters to not dare offend him. Lin Hai had cultivated a shred of an immortal level cultivation technique and was considered one of the best among Dragon Realm Level 4 upper-tier fighters. Even he was in such a sorry state, let alone them. Hence, even though many Lin family disciples could not stand Su Yu occupying a seat, they could not do anything about it. Su Yu's swift attack just now was not entirely a bad thing. After a cup of tea's time, the seats were completely settled. The 9 of them enjoyed the most abundant resources. The rest of the people could only settle for the next best thing, surrounding the 9 seats. Su Yu closed his eyes, greedily absorbing the energy of the area. 3 days later, Su Yu's cultivation level had already reached the peak of Dragon Realm Level 3 upper tier. He was only a sliver away from Dragon Realm Level 3 peak. But at this moment, the disciples surrounding the 9 seats began to leave one after another. Even Su Yu began to feel unwell. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the flames had unknowingly increased by a lot. Su Yu felt a burning pain all over his body, as if he was soaking in boiling water. Looking down, under the lotus seat, wisps of blue flames had unknowingly turned into balls of throbbing, raging flames. Many Lin family disciples could not bear it and left. Even the 3 Dragon Realm Level 5 disciples frowned, clenching their teeth as they persevered. Looks like the second level is about to open. The second level was the true land of flames. That place was completely covered in blue flames. Even Dragon Realm Level 5 disciples did not dare enter recklessly. As the second level neared opening, the blue flames gradually seeped into the first level, expelling those with insufficient cultivation levels and weak willpower. Su Yu felt an even stronger energy. Clenching his teeth, he released cold energy from between his brows, enveloping his body as he persevered. At first, there was still a cool feeling. But as the flames grew stronger, Su Yu had no choice but to release more cold energy. At this moment, apart from Su Yu and the 3 Dragon Realm Level 5 disciples, the rest of the people on the 9 lotus seats had all left. A group of fearful disciples stood at the entrance, exclaiming, "Look, that silver-haired lad is able to persevere until now, just like the 3 Dragon Realm Level 5 geniuses. Humph. I think he's just a swollen face. His body might have already been invaded by the fire poison. Just watch, the second level will open in a while. At that time, the blue flames will reach an explosive state. I don't believe he can still endure it." At this moment, the 3 Dragon Realm Level 5 disciples looked like they were in pain, clenching their teeth tightly. The further they went, the more energy they had. The longer they could persevere, the greater the rewards. Compared to them, Su Yu's expression was relaxed, and he was calm as he inhaled the energy in the air in large gulps. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Finally, his cultivation level broke through again. He had entered the ranks of Dragon Realm Level 3 peak. In a short 3 days, he had completed a breakthrough. The 9 Cloud Tower was indeed a marvelous place. Unfortunately, to break through to Dragon Realm Level 4, just relying on the first level was far from enough. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground. Within the crack, an unprecedentedly strong blue flame suddenly erupted, swallowing the entire first level. Not good. We can't hold on any longer. Quick, leave. The expressions of the 3 Dragon Realm Level 5 disciples changed. At this critical moment, they finally gave up their cultivation and flew out of the first level. Only Su Yu seemed to be enjoying himself with his eyes closed, unaware that he was being swallowed by the blue flame. The Lin family members outside the tower were in an uproar. Chapter 226. Is he dead? The expressions of the Lin family disciples changed. What a pity. He reached Dragon Realm Level 3 at the age of 15. His aptitude is not bad. In addition, he comprehended a bit of an immortal level technique. He can be considered a genius. The Dragon Realm Level 5 disciple who escaped shook his head regretfully. He is not worthy of sympathy. However, there were also quite a few Lin clan disciples who looked at Meng Hao coldly. Everything needs to be done according to one's own abilities. Only then can one succeed in the martial path. Being eager for quick success and greedy for the energy within the 9 Cloud Pagoda, you don't know when to advance or when to retreat. You've been devoured by the raging flames. Creak. In 9 Cloud Tower, the crack in the ground opened completely. Purple flames soared into the sky, burning the entire first level. The scorching heat forced the Lin family members out of the entrance. However, at this moment, a wisp of strange fiery red flames suddenly ignited in the deep blue flames. Half of the surrounding blue flames were instantly extinguished. Looking over, it was a handsome young man with flowing silver hair and a white robe. At that moment, he was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His expression was calm, like the calm lake in autumn, without any ripples. In the ferocious flames, he was like the world's purest and most beautiful fairy. Evil could not get close to him. Even the blue flames that could destroy everything did not dare blaspheme him. Yin Yu, the Lin family disciples cried out in shock, looking as if they had seen a ghost. The eyes of the 3 Dragon Realm Level 5 disciples were filled with surprise and fighting spirit. So he is an ice cultivator. What strong endurance. Among the younger generation of the Lin family, only big brother Audiobook withstood the raging flames of the 2nd level. Yin Yu's ice cultivation is not shallow. The Dragon Realm Level 5 disciple said in surprise. Hearing this, Lin Hong's pretty face became slightly angry. Who does he think he is? How can he compare to big brother Audiobook? As she muttered the words big brother Audiobook, the proud Lin Hong revealed a rare look of admiration. Her pretty face revealed the emotions of a young girl. Some of the male youths also looked indignant. Humph! Comparing him to big brother Audiobook is a disgrace to him. The Dragon Realm Level 5 disciple quickly explained, what I mean is that Yin Yu is not inferior to big brother Audiobook just by withstanding the blue flames. But in terms of ability, of course, there is no comparison. After all, one is a dragon in the sky, and the other is a snake on the ground. Lin Hong's pretty face turned red. She wrinkled her nose. Humph! That's more like it. Big brother Audiobook is the strongest genius in the history of our Lin family. As one of the 3 great legends of the 100 territories, Su Yu's little bit of talent is not enough to carry brother Audiobook's shoes. The 3 legends of the 100 territories were known as the top 3 geniuses of the 100 Territories Alliance. Every single one of them had the talent to stand at the top of the world, and they were known as legendary geniuses. As one of the 3 great ancient regions, the Lin family had nurtured a legendary genius, Lin Audiobook. It was rumored that when he was born, he had a cultivation base of level 3 of the martial path. At the age of 10, he broke through to Holy King. At the age of 15, he broke through to Dragon Realm. Now, at the age of 19, he was about to break through to Immortal Realm. In his entire life, he was a legend that people looked up to. Within the 9-Cloud Tower, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, which contained a shred of disappointment. He, who was at Dragon Realm Level 3 peak, was only 1 step away from Dragon Realm Level 4. The reason was simple. If one broke through too quickly, the bottleneck would be even more difficult. If nothing went wrong, he would need to meditate for a month before he could break through to Dragon Realm Level 4. A creaking sound could be heard. Looking down, he saw that the ground had split open, and there was a flight of stairs leading underground. The 9-Cloud Tower was divided into 2 levels, one above ground and one below ground. The blue flames on the ground were only a small part of the underground level. Feeling the intense heat of the underground level, Su Yu's eyes brightened. This meant that the underground energy was also several times more intense. Whoosh! Standing up, Su Yu entered the 2nd level without hesitation. Look! He entered the 2nd level. A Lin family disciple cried out involuntarily. Among the disciples, only Lin Audiobook had the right to enter the 2nd level. Even the 3 Dragon Realm Level 5 fighters had not entered. That was a sacred ground that belonged to Lin Audiobook alone, but now, someone other than him had entered. Rumble, rumble, the intense flames assaulted him, bringing with them a high temperature that could destroy everything. The fire cloud seal between Su Yu's brows throbbed even more violently. The cold energy only protected his body. What intense energy! Su Yu took a deep breath. The bottleneck that he had been unable to overcome had loosened at this moment. Without further ado, Su Yu passed through the flames, heading toward the center. Wherever he passed, the deep blue flames all retreated. But, just as Su Yu crossed the center, his eyelids twitched. In the center, within the blue flames, there was a 19-year-old youth sitting cross-legged. He was wearing a black robe, skinny, and had a cold and threatening aura. What surprised Su Yu was that he was training in the midst of such terrifying raging flames without any protection at all. Su Yu noticed that when the raging flames came within 1 foot of him, they would all be bounced off. All of this was caused by the aura he released. What a powerful aura! Could he be Dragon Realm level 7? Who was this person? The Lin family did not even have a Dragon Realm level 6 disciple, but they had a terrifying Dragon Realm level 7? If he were a Lin family disciple, his talent would be too frightening. He could leave the Lin family disciples far behind. Suddenly, the black-clothed youth opened his eyes. An ice-cold blade pierced through Su Yu's heart. At that moment, Su Yu felt his heart freeze. But moments later, Su Yu recovered from his shock. The black-clothed youth looked at Su Yu. Even the sudden appearance of a person on the 2nd level did not cause his cold gaze to waver. He said coldly, "I do not need to know who you are. I will give you 3 breaths to leave this place." Even though there was no disdain in his gaze, his words were filled with an order that could not be disobeyed. It was as if he was the ruler of this place. Su Yu's expression was calm. "I do not intend to tell you who I am." After saying this, Su Yu found a place to sit cross-legged. Seeing that Su Yu was unwilling to leave, the black-clothed youth's gaze remained cold. He slowly stood up, clasping his hands behind his back as he said coldly, "I am Lin Audiobook." That one sentence was filled with a domineering aura that looked down on all the talents in the world. Lin Audiobook was a legend that could not be surpassed, a pinnacle to be looked up to, a legend to be respected. Unfortunately, Su Yu did not understand. He calmly replied, "I do not need to know who you are. Since no one stopped me from entering, no one can chase me out." Su Yu returned the same words to him without changing anything. Lin Audiobook's cold expression creased for the first time. His eyes were filled with impatience as he coldly instructed, "Get out. If an outsider touches my, Lin Audiobook's, belongings, it is a stain." In other words, Su Yu's appearance had stained this place. Hearing this, Su Yu laughed in anger. If Su Yu's abilities were far above Lin Audiobook's, would he dare say that his belongings had been stained? In the end, Lin Audiobook was arrogant and looked down on Su Yu. "I have also stained the air," Su Yu calmly replied. "You can shut your mouth and not breathe from now on." Lin Audiobook's brows creased, his impatience growing. "I will ask you one last time. Are you leaving or not?" It was as if the longer Su Yu was here, the more uncomfortable he felt. Su Yu's eyes flashed. "What if I do not leave? Fight with me. Fight with you." Lin Audiobook calmly shook his head. He took a step forward and left. Without turning his head, he coldly said, "If you do not leave, I will. You are too lowly. Even my attacks are dirty." This person's arrogance could be said to be extreme. If he could not monopolize this place, he would rather leave. The reason he did not fight with Su Yu was because he felt that Su Yu was too weak. Fighting with him would dirty himself. He was, as his name suggested, arrogant, looking down on the world, a tyrant. But facing such a person, Su Yu found it funny. "It's better that you leave. I can train alone, with no one to disturb me." Having made up his mind, Su Yu calmed his heart and absorbed the shocking energy of this place. In the outside world, Lin Audiobook stepped out of the 9-cloud tower with his hands behind his back, immediately causing a commotion. Lin Hong's slightly raised snow-white chin immediately drooped, her face slightly red. She jogged forward like a shy and reserved little girl, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Big brother Audiobook," she said, "weren't you training in seclusion? Why did you come out?" Lin Audiobook did not even look at her, coldly replying, "Someone is here." Dirty. It was Su Yu. Lin Hong clenched her fists. Her gaze, which was clearly gentle, was suddenly filled with killing intent. "You reckless thing. You actually affected Big Brother Audiobook's training." Before this, Su Yu had rejected Lin Hong's suggestion to take him in as her little brother. This had already caused Lin Hong to hold a grudge. Now, Su Yu had affected the training of Lin Audiobook, whom she respected the most. Su Yu's training took more than half a month. Amidst the abundant energy, Su Yu had successfully broken through to Dragon Realm Level 4. Furthermore, he was only a step away from Dragon Realm Level 4 upper tier. Apart from that, his other techniques had also made progress. The legendary-level technique Buddhist Saints 8 characters was only a step away from the entry level. The immortal-level technique Heaven's Sun gazing at air was only 90% of the way to lower class. He would be able to reach lower class after a period of comprehension. The immortal-level technique 9 fingers of imaginary thunder had broken through to stage 1 lower class in the snowfield. Now that it had been more than half a month, it was still a long way from upper class. But as he continued to comprehend, Suyu suddenly realized that his divine decree, which had been stagnant for a long time, had improved. In the past, because he had cultivated Purple Star Thunderbolt to its peak, his divine decree had stagnated at half divine grade. Now that he had found 9 fingers of imaginary thunder and combined it with glazed ice flame, his divine decree showed signs of improvement. It was not far from the true divine grade. Suyu was filled with anticipation. What kind of power would a divine grade divine decree have? Suyu counted with his fingers. There were less than 10 days left until the 100 Territories Alliance Great Competition. It was time to come out of isolation and make some preparations. Creak, Suyu stepped out of 9 Cloud Tower. The faint sunlight was glaring, and he closed his eyes subconsciously. Whoosh, but at that moment, a slight explosion could be heard. Suyu was calm, standing at his original position. He merely raised his palm and slapped the air. Clang, the sound of metal clanking entered his ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw 2 darts. The person who had used the darts was a beautiful, graceful woman. Her snow-white chin was slightly raised, looking down at him. Who else could it be but Lin Hong? Apart from her, there were many Lin family disciples watching the show with their arms crossed. In the past half a month, 9 Cloud Tower had opened several times, but Suyu had not come out. They had been waiting for this show. Everyone knew that Lin Hong was an admirer of Lin Audiobook. Chapter 227. This proud little peacock was someone the Lin family could not afford to offend. Both her temper and abilities, Lin Hong glared at Suyu. You're finally out. You dog. Suyu creased his brows. Lin Hong was beautiful, but too childish. He could not accept a woman with such vulgar words. Flicking away the 2 darts, Suyu retracted his gaze and walked away from the Lin family. He did not think that a recommendation letter from Lin Yunhe would be enough for the Lin family to treat him as an honored guest. Since his training in 9 Cloud Tower was over, he should leave. Stop. Did I say you could leave? Lin Hong caught up to him, her expression cold. She would do anything to please Lin Audiobook. Suyu did not seem to hear her. Without turning his head, he said, Who do you think you are? You don't want me to leave, so I have to stay? Lin Hong's gaze was cold. Humph. This is the Lin family. Do you think you can leave? Hey. Suyu creased his brows. What? Does the Lin family want to keep me here? Suyu's voice gradually turned cold. Apart from Lin Yunhe, no one in the Lin family had left a good impression on Suyu. Keep you? Who do you think you are? Do you think you are worthy of being kept by the Lin family? Lin Hong said with disdain. You used the Lin family's resources and injured them. You even chased brother Audiobook away to cultivate. Do you think you can leave without leaving anything behind? Suyu understood. He turned around and said, What do you want me to leave behind? A blood debt must be paid in blood. You injured Lin Long and Lin Hai and made them vomit blood. You should pay the price. Leave a mouthful of blood. That way, you'll be even with the Lin family. Lin Hong pressed on. Suyu's heart turned cold. He had been recommended by Lin Yunhe. He owed Lin Yunhe a favor. He had not expected the Lin family to use this as a threat. Suyu's crystalline pupils revolved, his gaze shooting toward the family master. Do the 2 of you also think I owe you a favor? He asked calmly. The Lin family disciples were baffled by the abrupt words. Then, a voice of praise floated down from the sky. Good eyesight. You can see me and the great elder from 10 miles away. It was the family master. The disciples were shocked. Suyu's eyesight was so strong. Suyu asked calmly, Answer the question. His calm words were filled with calmness and indescribable indifference. The Lin family disciple was slightly angered. He actually dared to talk to the patriarch like this. After a moment of silence, Patriarch Lin said, "The 9-cloud pagoda does not owe you anything. That is a favor owed to Lin Yunhe. What you owe is a delay in Lin Aojue's training." The green-robed Grand Elder also sent a voice transmission to the sky above the Lin family. "Humph. Aojue's talent is astonishing. Is it something that you can delay? 100 of you can't compare to Aojue's 1 day's delay either." So that was how it was. Su Yu's gaze was calm. "How could I hinder the cultivation of your peerless geniuses? When did I force him to leave?" The green-robed Great Elder snorted coldly. "You're twisting words and forcing logic. Let me ask you. You clearly know that Aojue likes to dominate an area, but you stubbornly refuse to leave. If this isn't forcing him, then what is it?" Su Yu laughed coldly in his heart. "You are the one who is twisting words and forcing logic. According to your logic, if he likes to dominate this world, then in order to fulfill his wish, I would have to kill myself to satisfy him and not force him to do so. You have already stipulated that the 9-cloud pagoda is the Lin family's public training ground. What right does Lin Aojue have to monopolize it?" Su Yu's voice was powerful, refuting the other party's ridiculous words. Many of the Lin family disciples also felt that the Great Elder's words were absurd. After all, it was the Lin family who held Lin Aojue in high regard. Hence, they did not dare blame Lin Aojue for delaying his own training. Instead, they vented their anger on Su Yu. "Don't try to argue. Would the Lin family accuse you unjustly?" The green-robed elder did not argue anymore. "In any case, you will pay the price in blood for delaying Aojue's training." Su Yu's gaze turned completely cold. He could not be bothered to argue with him. "All right, I understand what you mean. Since that is the case, make your move." No matter who it was, Su Yu would definitely make them pay double the price for making him bleed. The Lin family grandmaster sighed. "The Lin family will never bully the weak. Since this matter happened between the younger generation, it will naturally be resolved by the younger generation. Lin Hong will fight with you. If you can withstand 10 moves, no matter the outcome, I will let you go." Many of the Lin family disciples wore expressions of anticipation. Lin Hong had a cultivation base of Dragon Realm Level 4 peak. Last time, Su Yu had let go of his restraints and unleashed his full power. He had only barely managed to defeat Lin Hai, who was Dragon Realm Level 4 upper tier. Now that he was facing Lin Hong, the odds were against him. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to leave without spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Was that so? Su Yu calmly agreed. "Are there any restrictions on me attacking?" If Su Yu was allowed to take the beating and was not allowed to retaliate, there would naturally be no suspense. "Up to you," the Lin family grandmaster replied simply. Su Yu nodded. "Then there is no suspense." These words entered Lin Hong's ears, causing her to laugh coldly. "At least you have some self-awareness. There is indeed no suspense in our fight. There will be no need for 10 moves. 3 moves will make you vomit blood. You better be prepared to vomit blood, faint, and be tossed onto the streets by the Lin family like a dead dog. That will not feel good." Lin Hong was proud and arrogant. She did not care about someone like Su Yu. "You are noisy," Su Yu calmly replied. Lin Hong bared her teeth. "That is to give you a chance to breathe." Whoosh, but at that moment, Su Yu's body glowed with a white light. Behind his back was a pair of snow-white wings carved from ice. They were 100 jong long, exaggerated and beautiful, as if they were the wings of a deity. With a gentle flap, Su Yu disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was half a meter in front of Lin Hong. The two of them were almost face to face. "Ah!" Lin Hong was caught off guard, letting out a cry of surprise. But her cry of surprise was abruptly cut off, replaced by a pathetic groan. A fist had landed on her abdomen. The powerful force penetrated her abdomen and exited through her back, causing her to retreat 8 to 9 meters. A glaring trickle of fresh blood flowed from the corner of her red lips. The disciples of the Lin family were shocked. What a frightening movement technique. Lin Hong did not even have time to react before being punched. Su Yu stood at his original spot, the pair of pure white wings on his back glowing with a gentle light. "You still have 9 more moves," Su Yu said coldly. But everyone could hear the sarcasm in his word. Lin Hong, who had been confident that she could make Su Yu vomit blood in 3 moves, had been injured by Su Yu's punch. Moreover, this was because Su Yu had shown mercy. Otherwise, Lin Hong might have died. To Lin Hong, it was as if Su Yu was doing her a favor from above. How could the proud Lin Hong accept this? It's not over yet. Lin Hong clenched her teeth, attacking furiously. Emerald Wave Palm, a top-class legacy level technique, combined with the spirit energy of Dragon Realm level 4 peak, was far more powerful than Lin Hai's immortal level technique. Her palm was like a wave, changing forms as she attacked. Su Yu stood at his original spot, not moving an inch. He merely extended his palm. Glazed Ice Flame. They were both legacy level techniques, but Glazed Ice Flame was one of the best, below half immortal level techniques. Rumble ah! When the palms collided, Lin Hong felt as if she had been hit by an iceberg. She spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating several steps. 8 more moves. Su Yu stood at his original spot, not moving an inch. Lin Hong's stomach trembled, her face red, her anger growing. I will never forgive you. Breeze White Moon Palm. The power of a half-immortal level technique was somewhere between immortal level and legacy level, far superior to Glazed Ice Flame. Furthermore, Lin Hong's level of perception was extraordinary, having comprehended it to stage 1 lower class. Her jade-like palm swept toward Su Yu with an obscure force. Die. Lin Hong's face was filled with anger. Su Yu's motionless figure finally moved. Wind Shadow Step. Rumble. It was the same Wind Shadow Step, but compared to the move he had used to defeat Lin Hai, its power was many times greater. Su Yu's cultivation level was also exposed. Dragon Realm Level 4. The 3 Dragon Realm Level 5 disciples shouted in shock. Before entering, Su Yu had only been Dragon Realm Level 3 upper tier. Now, he was Dragon Realm Level 4. The increased power of the Wind Shadow Step clashed with Lin Hong's half-immortal level technique. Rumble ah! With another pathetic cry, Lin Hong's heavily injured body suffered another attack. She spat out blood and fainted on the spot, crashing into the flower bed. 3 moves. Looks like you still can't make me bleed. Su Yu shook his head, retracting his white feather, indifferently leaving her side. The Lin family disciples could not help but click their tongues. What a ruthless move. To think that such a beautiful woman like Lin Hong would do such a thing, but no one dared to seek revenge. Apart from the 3 Dragon Realm Level 5 disciples, no one had the confidence to defeat Lin Hong in 3 moves. Furthermore, this was the battle that the family master and the great elder had agreed to. If Su Yu won, he would be allowed to leave. Who would dare to obstruct him at this moment? In the master's house. The green-robed great elder's expression was a little ugly. Aojue, what do you think of him? Beside him was Lin Aojue. Lin Aojue's expression was cold, his eyes emotionless. He opened his mouth. Average, I could kill him in 1 move. Hearing this, the green-robed elder's expression relaxed. He then turned to look at the elder beside him. It was an old man in his 60s. Family master, should we absorb him and make him a subordinate of the Lin family? Let him serve the Lin family? The green-robed elder asked. The 2 of them had purposely made things difficult for Su Yu, taking the opportunity to test Su Yu's abilities, to determine if he was worth absorbing for the Lin family. The old man was silent for a moment, then asked, what do you think? His potential is passable, the green-robed elder said. Based on past practice, he should be accepted into the Lin family. I believe that a kid from outside has no reason to reject us. But this person's character is worrisome, and it would be difficult to use him. The old man calmly said, does that even need to be said? In his heart, the old man sighed. Su Yu, with his Dragon Realm Level 4 lower tier cultivation, had defeated a Dragon Realm Level 4 peak. Based on past practice, he would have been won over by the Lin family and served the Lin family. But he had offended the great elder, then Lin Aojue, and could not stay in the family. However, the feeling of pity only lasted for a moment. He had seen too many geniuses, and Su Yu was just an average genius. Su Yu walked out of the Lin family home. A fiery red phoenix robe, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance, assaulted his senses. A beautiful face walked over with a smile. She had red lips, white teeth, a sharp nose, and a graceful figure. She was shockingly beautiful. It was Ouyang Yusin. "Mr. Yin, I have waited for you," Ouyang Yusin said, her tone carrying a tinge of complaint. She pouted, looking a little mischievous. Chapter 228. Suyu creased his brows. This woman was greedy, heartless, and cold. He did not like such a woman. "What is it?" Suyu said coldly. After half a month of rest, his throat had recovered slightly. His voice was no longer hoarse, but it was no longer the same as before. His voice was low and cold. Coupled with Suyu's mysterious appearance, it made him seem even more mysterious. Ouyang Yusin looked him up and down. No matter how she looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a handsome prince. As a woman, she could not help but have a good impression of him. "Mr. Yin, do you have a place to stay? Why not come to the Ouyang family for a chat? I will welcome you with open arms," Ouyang Yusin said, her expression sincere. Suyu rejected her decisively. "Apologies, I have matters to attend to. I cannot accompany you." "Wait. Mr. Yin, are you here for the alliance meet?" Ouyang Yusin was a little angry. This Mr. Yin was too cold. Twice, he had rejected her on the spot without any mercy. At this moment, Ouyang Yusin even doubted if the appearance she was so proud of was really that outstanding. Why was Yin completely unmoved? "You investigated me?" Suyu turned, his gaze turning cold. Ouyang Yusin said hurriedly, "Mr. Yin, don't be impatient. I only have a chance to give you, a chance to understand the abilities of the participants." "What chance?" Suyu was interested. "The Yunxiang Cabinet Master's birthday," Ouyang Yusin said calmly. "Yunxiang Cabinet?" Suyu's pupils glowed with killing intent. The place where an Euro was imprisoned, where Lu Jun cultivated his evil techniques. The Yunxiang Cabinet Master is 18 years old, one of the 3 legends of the 100 Territories. She invited many geniuses of the same generation in the 100 Territories city. On the surface, it is a birthday celebration, but her true intention is to understand the abilities of the geniuses before the meet. "If Mr. Yin is interested, you can come with me." Ouyang Yusin smiled. "Interested?" Of course Suyu was interested. Even if it was not to understand the abilities of the geniuses, he still wanted to see who the Yunxiang Cabinet Master was. He had to rescue an Euro, and he would eventually have to clash with the Yunxiang Cabinet Master. Thus, even if he was unwilling to interact with Ouyang Yusin, he had no choice but to make do. "Lead the way." Ouyang Yusin's face was filled with joy. She smiled triumphantly as she brought Suyu to the Ouyang family. In terms of power, the Ouyang family was not even 1/10 of the Lin family. However, it was more than 3 times stronger than the Luxian faction. There were more than 30 strong martial artists who were above Dragon Realm Level 3. Standing at the entrance of the mansion, Suyu was about to enter when a group of murderous guards from the Ouyang family hurried back. The leader was Ouyang Yusin's younger brother, Ouyang Tai, who had suffered at Suyu's hands. "Sister, I haven't found it yet." Ouyang Tai hung his head dejectedly, his eyes filled with resentment. "That damned B***starred injured me and snatched away the ice dragon snakeskin, causing us to pay such a huge price in order to find a birthday present for the Yunxiang cabinet mistress. What a heinous crime." Suyu raised his brows slightly and said indifferently, "Miss Ouyang, who are you looking for?" Ouyang Yusin wore a helpless expression. "The Yunxiang cabinet mistress likes cold items the most. The ice dragon snakeskin is a rare material. Unexpectedly, it was snatched away by a little beggar. Until now, we have not been able to find him." At the mention of the little beggar, Ouyang Yusin's eyes were filled with disgust. Ouyang Tai had just realized that there was a mysterious prince beside his sister. He had a noble aura and was unfathomable. "Sister, who is he?" Ouyang Tai creased his brows slightly, his expression dissatisfied. Ouyang Yusin smiled gently. "He is an important guest, Sir Yin." Ouyang Tai was a little disgusted with other men being alone with his sister. "Sister, you have already been chosen by Sir Fengyu, Ouyang Tai said, frowning. You should avoid being with men of unknown origins. What if Sir Feng Yu misunderstands and despises you? Ouyang Tai frowned and explained the whole story. It wasn't easy for the Ouyang family to climb up to the Feng family. Child. What nonsense are you spouting? Ouyang Yusin glared at him. It was not difficult to see the hidden pride on her face, the pride of being chosen by a man high above. For someone as prideful as her to be willing to be the enemy showed that the man's status was extraordinary. The Feng family is one of the 3 great ancient regions of the 100 territories, and Sir Feng Yu is one of the 3 great legend. Ouyang Yusin explained proudly. 3 great legends: Lin Aojue, Yunxiang Cabinet Master, and Sir Feng Yu. Su Yu nodded indifferently. He was not interested in Ouyang Yusin's private life. It was difficult for him to have a good impression of a woman who was too materialistic. A moment later, in the house of the Ouyang family master, Su Yu paid a visit to the Ouyang family master, who was also Ouyang Yusin's father. His expression was old-fashioned and solemn, and he did not look easy to deal with. Greetings, Ouyang family master. Junior Yin Yu, sorry to disturb you. Su Yu was polite. The Ouyang family master nodded slightly, his face expressionless. Since he is Yusin's friend, there is no need to be reasonable. He will be a guest at the Ouyang family for the next few days. Tai, bring him to the best room. After Su Yu left, the Ouyang family master looked at his daughter rigidly. You investigated his background. What is the situation? Ouyang Yusin creased her brows. There are no clues. All I know is that his background is mysterious, and his relationship with Master Lin does not seem to be as strong as I imagined. They are merely strangers who met by chance. This is disappointing. His value is much lower than I expected. But for Master Lin to send him off so politely, he must be talented. Trying to win him over is not wrong, Ouyang Yusin calculated. Hearing this, the Ouyang family master's rigid expression became even more serious. His tone was slightly reprimanding. Yusin, not everything in the world is based on profit. Only by having a firm heart can one be a person. Ouyang Yusin was slightly stunned. She had recruited a talent for the family, but not only had she not been praised, she had been reprimanded. Feeling indignant, Ouyang Yusin retorted, the competition in the 100 territories is intense. Our Ouyang family can only survive by fighting for profit everywhere. Otherwise, we would not have fallen from being one of the 4 great ancient regions to our current state. Are you saying that I am useless? The Ouyang family master glared at her. Ouyang Yusin's lips trembled. Seeing that her father was angry, she did not dare talk back. But stubbornness could be seen in the depths of her beautiful eyes. 100 years ago, the Ouyang family was considered an ancient force. Although it could not compare to the Lin family, it was still half as large and had a great influence in the 100 territories. Unfortunately, 100 years ago, there had been a beast-tide disaster. More than half of the experts of the family had died, and their strength had plummeted. In addition, her father was a sentimental person. During the disaster, he had helped the weaker forces around him. In the end, the Ouyang family had fallen. Some of the smaller forces, with the help of opportunities, had become more powerful and surpassed the Ouyang family. Now, after some of these forces had become stronger, they had tried to swallow up the resources left behind by the Ouyang family, causing turmoil and trouble for the Ouyang family. Although the members of the family didn't say it out loud, they were secretly complaining. Receiving his daughter's tacit agreement, the Ouyang family master was stunned for a moment. He waved his hand disappointedly. Go. Ouyang Yusin felt slightly apologetic. Before she left, she said firmly, Father, I will definitely make the Ouyang family shine again in my hands, even if I have to use any means. Yes, by any means. She had to curry favor with all the forces she could and use all the benefits she could. Yunxiang Pavilion, Mr. Feng Yu, and even Mr. Silver Moon had all been won over by her schemes. After she left, the Ouyang family master's rigid face trembled slightly. He looked ashamed. Yusin, I have let you down. As a parent, he had implicated his daughter and made her shoulder the heavy responsibility of the family. She should have been innocent and romantic, but she was full of schemes and schemes. Ouyang Taiyi's animosity toward Su Yu was not shallow. He brought Su Yu into the room and said, "Humph. I'm warning you, don't even think about hitting on my sister. You are not worthy of her." Su Yu's expression was calm. He was not interested in Ouyang Yusin. "She is fated to be Mr. Feng Yu's woman," said Ouyang Taiyi. "Mr. Feng Yu's abilities, talents, and status are not things someone like you can compare to. I really don't understand. What use is there for someone who needs to stay with the Ouyang family?" He was extremely anxious to curry favor with Mr. Feng Yu. Su Yu smiled, but did not explain. His status and talents were indeed average, incomparable to the Mr. Feng Yu. But Su Yu had his own confidence. With the 9-dragon Cauldron and Yunyazi, Su Yu's future achievements would not lose to Mr. Feng Yu's. At that moment, there was a commotion outside. There were even faint sounds of fighting. Ouyang Taiyi was furious. "It's the bastards from the Zeng family again." Ouyang Taiyi hurriedly left. "Wait here obediently. I'll look for you after I deal with those bastards." Su Yu leaped onto the roof, his crystalline pupils revolving, his hands clasped behind his back as he observed the situation. What surprised Su Yu was that a group of strong fighters had barged into the Ouyang family, destroying everything along the way. The intruders were led by a middle-aged man with a cultivation base of Immortal Realm. They were accompanied by 4 Dragon Realm Level 7 fighters, as well as an 18-year-old youth with a frivolous expression. The Ouyang family master had already rushed over with a group of strong fighters. 3 Dragon Realm Level 7 fighters, along with the Ouyang family master's Immortal Realm cultivation base, were slightly inferior to the Zeng family. "Seng Nantian, how dare you!" The Ouyang family master scolded angrily. He swept his gaze across the broken decorations along the way, as well as the injured servants. The middle-aged man was Seng Nantian. "Oh, Ouyang Long, you're still the same. Other than barking like a dog, you haven't improved." "Oh, no, your barking has gotten louder." Seng Nantian was extremely arrogant, insulting the Ouyang family master in front of everyone. Ouyang Long's face turned red with anger, but he controlled himself and did not attack. "Seng Nantian, this is the 100 Territory City. If you want to start a war between 2 families, I'll report you to the Alliance Master." He was no match for Seng Nantian. Unexpectedly, Seng Nantian was not afraid. "Humph. So what if I report you to the Alliance Master? It is only right and proper to repay a debt. As long as it is not an unreasonable provocation, the Alliance Master will not interfere." "Shameless." A shout could be heard. Ouyang Yusin walked over quickly, her beautiful face filled with anger. "When did my Ouyang family owe you a debt?" Seng Nantian laughed. "Do I need to repeat myself? 100 years ago, your Ouyang family was attacked by a beast tide. It was the Zeng family who helped you with 100,000 Alliance dollars. 100 years later, the Ouyang family owes us 1 million Alliance dollars. Chapter 229. At that moment, a frivolous 18-year-old young man, who was following the team, crossed his arms behind his head and walked forward casually. He looked at Ouyang Yusin greedily with a pair of passionate eyes. "Yusin, my lady, you are wrong. Since your Ouyang family donated it to us, it belongs to our Zeng family. Giving it to you again is just borrowing it. What's wrong with that? Get lost. Who is your lady? Zeng Shenbao, watch your mouth." Ouyang Yusin's eyes were filled with disgust. "The Zeng family is ungrateful. The Ouyang family does not owe you anything." Zeng Nantian laughed coldly. "Whether we owe you or not is up to the Zeng family. Is the Ouyang family still living 100 years ago?" The accompanying Zeng family members roared with laughter, almost mocking them. The Ouyang family glared at them, ashamed and resentful. This was a case of a tiger being chased by a dog. This dog was a dog that the Ouyang family had helped. "I'll give the Ouyang family 2 choices. First, pay the debt. 1 million Alliance coins, not a single coin less. Second, enter the life and death arena. The Zeng family will fight you to the death." The life and death arena was set up by the 100 Territory City to settle grudges. Once both parties agreed, they could fight to the death on the arena. With the Zeng family's current strength, the Ouyang family would be completely annihilated. Ouyang Tai said angrily, "How dare you? My sister is about to marry Mr. Feng Yu. Try touching the Ouyang family." Unexpectedly, Zheng Shenbao glared at him disdainfully. "We are talking. Do you think a piece of trash like you has the right to interrupt?" Zheng Shenbao, who was at Dragon Realm level 5 at the same age, had the right to call Ouyang Tai a piece of trash. "Count on Mr. Feng Yu? Who doesn't know that Mr. Feng Yu is a playboy? You want Yusin to marry him? What kind of joke is that? At most, you will sleep with him for a night and receive some benefits from the Feng family." Zheng Shenbao hit the nail on the head. After saying this, Zheng Shenbao looked at Ouyang Yusin and laughed. "Yusin, why don't you marry me? As long as you become my wife, I will love you dearly. Moreover, the 1 million alliance coins can be written off." Zheng Nantian nodded. "As long as Ouyang Yusin is willing to marry me, I can consider it for my son's sake." 1,100,000 tribe coins was equivalent to half of the Ouyang family's assets. How could they give it away? The Ouyang family was filled with grief and indignation. Silent anger and sorrow spread through everyone's hearts. "You and your father are singing the same tune. Is that enough?" Ouyang Long's face was ashen. "What debt? You just want to steal our Ouyang family's grey dragon coffin. You want to hit on my daughter. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Do you really think I'm senile?" Ouyang Long snorted coldly. Marrying Ouyang Yusin and asking for the grey dragon coffin as part of her dowry. The Zheng family was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Instantly, the Zheng family's father and son's faces changed. Zheng Shenbao's expression changed to one of coldness. "Old thing, since you understand, that's great. Hand over the grey dragon coffin or give us 1 million alliance coins. If you don't want to trade, go to the life and death arena immediately." Ouyang Long was furious. "Don't go too far. You want to target my Ouyang clan? You better be prepared to perish together with us. We accept the life and death arena. Time, speak." Ouyang Long threw caution to the wind and accepted the life and death challenge. The father and son of the Zheng family froze. Although they were stronger than the Ouyang family, if they were to fight to the death, they would definitely suffer great losses. The outcome could be imagined. But the arrow was narked on the bowstring and had to be released. "Fine. However, I will challenge Ouyang Long alone. I will fight to the death with you. That way, even if there were injuries, they could control it. On the contrary, if they killed Ouyang Long, the Ouyang family would be like a plate of loose sand, at their mercy." Just as Ouyang Long was about to agree in anger, a calm voice came from deep within the Ouyang family. "Leave some leeway in everything." A figure flashed over with his hands behind his back. He wore a white moon eye spiritual robe, had flowing silver hair, and wore a mysterious mask. His entire body exuded an indescribable aura of nobility and mystery. "Who are you?" Zheng Shenbao instinctively expressed his hostility. Su Yu did not reply, nor did he look at him. His gaze fell on Zheng Nantian, calmly saying, "How much do I owe you?" The threatening nobility and overbearingness caused Zheng Nantian to turn serious. This person did not seem like a member of the Ouyang family. "Who are you? Meddling in other people's business?" Zheng Nantian pretended to be fierce. But Su Yu's expression remained calm, and he repeated emotionlessly, "How much do I owe you?" Being ignored, Zheng Nantian felt that Su Yu was extraordinary. He thought for a moment, $1 million alliance dollars. "Why? Do you want to pay for them?" Su Yu did not reply, taking out a jade box from his sleeves. Within the jade box lay a fiery feather. Shreds of threatening spirit energy were released from the feather. There was also a drop of fresh blood quietly flowing through the veins. Ouyang Long froze, taking a closer look. He gasped, "The feather of a fire phoenix. The feather of a fire phoenix that contains the blood of an immortal?" Even Zheng Nantian was shocked. How is that possible? In the North Continent, only the master of the Phoenix Cabinet possesses a fire phoenix. Where did this come from? Actually, what Zheng Nantian wanted to ask was who Su Yu was. This feather most likely came from the fire phoenix of the Phoenix Cabinet. It was impossible to touch the feather of a fire phoenix without the permission of the master of the Phoenix Cabinet. Could it be that this mysterious and noble man was someone from the Phoenix Cabinet? And he had a close relationship with the master of the Phoenix Cabinet? It looks like you understand its value. Take it. From now on, the Ouyang family and the Zeng family will have nothing to do with each other. Su Yu flicked his finger, flicking the feather of the fire phoenix. Seng Nantian instinctively grabbed it, feeling the weight in his palm. Let's go, I don't like noise, Su Yu calmly said, turning around, entering the depths of the Ouyang yard with his hands behind his back. Both the Zeng and Ouyang families were dead silent, frozen on the spot. Looking at Su Yu casually coming over and leaving, casually tossing out a fiery phoenix feather that was worth a lot of money. Such a grand gesture, such a heroic spirit, such a mysterious identity, all of them were shocked from the bottom of their heart. Ouyang. Master. Seng Nantian opened his mouth with difficulty, forcing a smile. He returned the fire phoenix feather with both hands. Please return this item to me. My Zeng family cannot accept it. The master of the Phoenix Cabinet was the legendary overlord who ruled over 1/3 of the North Continent. How could a mere Zeng family dare provoke her? Unexpectedly, Su Yu's calm voice came from the horizon. Take it. Actually, Su Yu had only said it calmly. But in Seng Nantian's ears, it was like an order, causing him to freeze on the spot. Yes, sir. Seng Nantian took a moment to react. He nervously accepted the fire phoenix feather and left with his men. Leaving the Ouyang family. Seng Shenbao was not convinced. Father, why are you so afraid of that kid? I'm not afraid, Su Yu said. Fear. If this fire phoenix feather is real, his background is too terrifying. Seng Nantian's face was pale. Seng Shenbao could not help but feel a rebellious rage. He let out a cold grunt. I don't believe it. Ouyang Yusin and the Grey Dragon coffin are both mine. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. In the yard. The Ouyang family members were sweating profusely. Many of the Ouyang family members looked at Ouyang Yusin in shock. There was only one meaning in their eyes. What kind of terrifying expert did you bring back? He held the feather of the master of the Phoenix Cabinet's spiritual pet. His status was so noble that it made one's hair stand on end. Ouyang Yusin's heart trembled. The mysterious young man she had met on the road and tried to rope into the family was actually so terrifying. She felt like she was in a dream. Didn't such things only appear in books and legends? Ouyang Taiyi's face was pale, his palms sweaty. He had just mocked Su Yu for having an ordinary status and living in the Ouyang family. But in the blink of an eye, he had a terrifying status that the Ouyang family could not hope to reach. Only Ouyang Long's expression did not improve. Ouyang Long looked deeply at Ouyang Yusin and sighed softly. Yusin, come with me. I think it is time to arrange your marriage for you. Chapter 230. Marriage. Ouyang Yusin was intelligent and immediately understood. Her face was slightly red, her clear eyes glowing with a mesmerizing light. That moment of flirtatiousness bewitched the Ouyang family disciples. In the room, Ouyang Long's expression was rigid. He hesitated for a moment before saying, What do you think of Mr. Yinyu? She thought of Su Yu. Cold, noble, handsome, generous, almost comparable to Mr. Fengyu. Regardless of her personal feelings or family interests, he was the most suitable choice. Ouyang Yusin could not find a reason to object to marrying him, but she was slightly dissatisfied. Ouyang Yusin knew that her greatest value was her beauty and talent for cultivation. Marrying someone else in such a hurry without careful consideration made Ouyang Yusin feel dissatisfied. Perhaps, if she waited, she would have a better choice besides Mr. Yinyu. I have a good impression of him, but he might not be interested in me. Ouyang Yusin understood this. It seemed that Mr. Yinyu had never shown her any mercy. Ouyang Long said in a low voice, If he wants the Sky Dragon coffin, then he has to marry you even if he doesn't want to. Father, you mean that he is interested in the Grey Dragon coffin? Ouyang Yusin asked. Ouyang Long shook his head. Not necessarily. Then why must you give him the Grey Dragon coffin and ask me to? Ouyang Yusin did not understand. Ouyang Long sighed. That is because the Ouyang family is indebted to him. The Ouyang family must repay him. The Zeng family can be ungrateful, but the Ouyang family must repay their kindness. Ouyang Long was determined. Furthermore, the Zeng family is not the only one who covets the Grey Dragon coffin. If we can take this opportunity to give the Grey Dragon coffin to the Phoenix Cabinet, we can relieve the Ouyang family of their worries. At the same time, the family will have a relationship with the Phoenix Cabinet. You will have a lifelong partner you can rely on. Ouyang Yusin understood her father's good intentions. Getting close to the Phoenix Cabinet was far more valuable than getting close to the Feng family. But Ouyang Yusin was ambitious. She was dissatisfied that she would give herself to someone else so hastily. But with the family in danger, she did not have a choice. I promise, if Mr. Yin Yu is willing to marry me, Ouyang Yusin sighed helplessly in her heart, her eyes dim. She thought of how her life, a young lady in the prime of her youth, had to end so hastily, sacrificing herself for the family. More or less, Ouyang Yusin felt aggrieved. An hour later. Outside Su Yu's door. Ouyang Jiao stood outside the door. Thank you, Mr. Yin Yu, for your help. I have something to discuss with you. Su Yu woke up from his seclusion and said calmly, speak. Seeing that Su Yu had no intention of inviting them in, Ouyang Long felt that Su Yu was cold to him. For young master's kindness, my Ouyang clan is willing to use our clan's inherited treasure to repay you. However, there is one additional condition. I hope that in the future, you can take care of my daughter and give her a life of peace. This is my only wish. As a parent, the most difficult thing to let go of was their children. Su Yu sighed in his heart. However, he did not give it much thought and rejected her tactfully. I appreciate your kindness, Ouyang family master, he said. You don't have to thank me. I just need Miss Ouyang to keep her promise and bring me into the Yunxiang cabinet to celebrate my birthday tomorrow. As for Miss Ouyang's marriage, I hope that the Ouyang family's master will consider it carefully. Don't entrust it to the wrong person and cause her to regret it for the rest of her life. Su Yu rejected him calmly. Su Yu understood Ouyang Yusin, but it was difficult for him to like her. Regardless of whether it was the fact that he already had a fiancée or his attitude toward Ouyang Yusin, he could not agree to such a ridiculous marriage. The Ouyang family master was stunned. Ouyang Yusin's dull eyes glowed brightly. Su Yu had rejected her. Ouyang Yusin let out a long sigh of relief. However, for some reason, she could not bring herself to be happy. This Mr. Yin Yu did not seem to have any interest in her at all. But overall, it was a good thing. She, Ouyang Yusin, was destined to be extraordinary. Yin Yu might not be worthy of her. I have made up my mind, Su Yu added. There is no need to say more. Ouyang Long sighed. My Ouyang family will forever remember this kindness. We will definitely repay you in the future. Su Yu creased his brows slightly, but did not reply. He entered a state of cultivation. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Su Yu opened his eyes. Ouyang Yusin had been waiting at the door for a long time. She wore a luxurious phoenix robe, an alluring figure, and a beautiful face. She was beautiful beyond compare. Let's go, Su Yu said calmly as he looked at her. Ouyang Yusin was used to Su Yu ignoring her. She smiled and led the way. 4 hours later, in the center of the Alliance City, a towering building stood majestically. The words Yunxiang Cabinet were dazzling. Everyone in the Alliance City knew about the Yunxiang Cabinet. It was the most famous and bustling place. There were many beautiful women from the 100 territories in the cabinet. As long as one could satisfy them, they could kiss the beauty and enjoy a night of passion. In other words, this place was a brothel, but it was a high-class brothel. Without sufficient status and ability, one would not even have the right to enter. Today, the Yunxiang Cabinet Master had invited the geniuses of the Alliance City to a banquet. It was a grand occasion in the Alliance City. They all knew that there would definitely be a fight between the geniuses during the banquet. At the door, Ouyang Yusin presented the invitation. The guard was a strong martial artist of Dragon Realm Level 4. He was even more powerful than the Treasure Heaven building. The guard glanced at Su Yu. Who is he? I am, a distant cousin who admires the Yunxiang Cabinet Master. He will pay a visit with me. The guard nodded. Sure. But if he causes trouble, as the person who recommended him, you will have to take responsibility. Ouyang Yusin smiled. Of course. Hey, Sister Ouyang, you are here too. A voice as melodious as a silver bell was heard. It was a 17-year-old girl. She had a petite and exquisite figure. Her facial features were pretty, and her eyes were big and round. She had 2 ponytails behind her head that were swaying back and forth. She wore a blue dress with gold inlays that danced in the wind, accentuating her petite and exquisite figure. Su Yu's eyes flashed with nostalgia. Xiana's figure flashed in his mind. She was also petite and exquisite, making people want to pamper her. Sister Ouyang, who is he? Your follower? Yes, he is passable. But the little girl in the blue dress had a mean mouth. Her big eyes glowed with a crafty light. The impression of déjà vu was shattered. Xiana was similarly mischievous, but she was pure, beautiful, and kind. She was not Xiana after all. Sister Li Yang, don't spout nonsense. He is my distant cousin, not my follower, Ouyang Yusin repeated, slightly annoyed. Why did she have to meet Li Yang? The Li family was also a rising star. After the Ouyang family, they had risen after the beast tide, suppressing the Ouyang family. Li Yang and Ouyang Yusin had known each other since they were young, competing with each other. They were both vain girls. Whenever they met, they would provoke each other. Li Yang pouted. Tell me. But he does look like a follower. What is your name? Li Yang sized up Su Yu with her big eyes, as if trying to guess his identity. Su Yu remained silent. He did not want to be entangled with such a little girl. Humph. Li Yang placed her hands on her hips, raising her brows at Su Yu. She said unhappily, a servant of the Ouyang family, what arrogance. You dare to ignore me? Ouyang Yusin glared at her angrily, but she glanced at Su Yu out of the corner of her eye. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Li Yang had repeatedly concluded that Su Yu was a follower. With one look, Ouyang Yusin felt that Su Yu really did look like a follower. At that moment, she felt humiliated. Let's go in. Ignore her. Yes, Su Yu said simply. After we go in, we will split up. We do not owe each other anything. He stepped through the door, leaving behind these words before parting ways. Having lived 2 lives, he knew Ouyang Yusin's thoughts very well. He had not wanted to have too much contact with Ouyang Yusin. It would be better if she disliked Su Yu. Hey, you! Su Yu left without warning, catching Ouyang Yusin off guard. She raised her hand to call out to him, but she felt Li Yang's mocking gaze behind her. She could not help but swallow her words. Ouyang Yusin thought to herself. It would save her the trouble of being gossiped about. Chapter 231. The Yunxiang cabinet was divided into the inner cabinet and the outer cabinet. The outer pavilion was where the celebration would be held. The cabinet was secretly guarded by countless experts, and no one was allowed to enter. There was an 80 to 90% chance that an Euro was imprisoned in the cabinet. I wonder how she is now. Su Yu clenched his fists and blamed himself deeply. If it weren't for him, an Euro wouldn't have exposed herself and lured Lu Jun here to capture her. Without his protection, Xiana would have become someone else's wife long ago, and Su Yu would have become a pile of pitiful cold bones. Su Yu was unable to repay his kindness. Therefore, he had to save an Euro no matter what. No matter the cost. Humph. You think you're qualified to come in? A contemptuous snort came from behind. When Su Yu turned around, he saw the arrogant 3 great legendary geniuses, Lin Aojue. Beside him was a beautiful woman. She was Lin Hong, the woman whom Su Yu had ravaged. She was glaring at Su Yu with hatred. If you think that my presence here is a stain, then you can leave. No one will stop you, Su Yu replied. Back in the 9-Cloud Tower, Su Yu's presence had caused Lin Aojue, who had disdained being in the same place as Su Yu, to give up and leave. Lin Aojue frowned in disgust. Did I allow you to speak? Who gave you the right to speak to me? He could scold Su Yu with contempt, but he couldn't allow Su Yu to utter a single word. Su Yu replied with a question, have I ever spoken to you? Just now, I was only responding to a dog's bark. In terms of harshness, Su Yu did not lose to anyone. How dare you insult Big Brother Audiobook? Lin Hong's pretty eyes widened. Su Yu looked at her indifferently, then retracted his gaze. Ignoring her, he walked past her. In his eyes, there was no one from the Lin family. Lin Hong was both angry and afraid. She clenched her teeth and said, in front of Big Brother Audiobook, "You're not even worthy of helping someone. What are you being so arrogant for?" Lin Audiobook coldly snorted. "Let's go. There's no need to bother with this kind of person. He won't understand our world." "You're right, Big Brother Audiobook. Let's not care about him. Let's hurry up and join the Grand Elder after the birthday celebration." Lin Hong smiled ingratiatingly. The green-robed Great Elder had also arrived, but he was currently interacting with an important person in the Yunxiang cabinet. Soon, the birthday celebration began. All the guests took their seats. The seats were divided into 3 levels. The first level was the VIP section, which only had 2 seats. That was the other 2 legendary geniuses other than the Yunxiang cabinet master herself. Only they were qualified to enjoy the VIP seats. The second level was for the distinguished guests, and there were only 20 seats. Top geniuses like Ouyang Yusin and Li Yang could enjoy the privilege of being guests. The third level was the ordinary seats. They were usually the attendants of the guests, not the invited guests. The focus of the day naturally belonged to the 3 legendary geniuses and the 20 distinguished guests. They were the pride of the Alliance City, the most talented youths of the current generation. "Look, Lin Audiobook." Su Yu was sitting peacefully in the ordinary seats when the young lady beside him suddenly screamed. In this year's Alliance tournament, he will definitely be in the top 3. There is no doubt that he will be able to enter the Shentian Manor. Furthermore, he will definitely be heavily groomed. Ah! Suddenly, another ear-piercing scream came from her mouth. He suddenly stood up, and his face was flushed with excitement. "Look! It's Sir Feng Yu." The crowd was in an uproar, especially the young ladies. Each and every one of them revealed their loveliness, and ripples appeared in their eyes. Su Yu had heard of this person for a long time. Turning his head to look, he saw a 19-year-old youth in a luxurious white robe, his hair like a waterfall, leisurely walking over. His jade-like face was long and elegant, his figure tall and straight. He wore a warm smile on his face. Sunlight shone on his body, making him look extraordinarily handsome. What a handsome man! But what was even more shocking was that his abilities had reached Dragon Realm level 6 upper tier. In terms of aura, he was only below Lin Audiobook. Lin Audiobook's aura seemed to be that of Dragon Realm level 7, but his true cultivation level was probably only Dragon Realm level 6 peak. The difference in abilities between the two of them was not that great. Another shocking genius. Ouyang Yusin's beautiful eyes were bright, her face slightly red. As if he had noticed her presence, Sir Feng Yu walked toward Ouyang Yusin, his face as warm as a spring breeze. "Sister Yusin, why don't you sit with me in the distinguished guest seats?" Ouyang Yusin's heart was beating rapidly. In Ouyang Yusin's eyes, he was the best candidate for her future husband in terms of status, talent, and abilities. Amidst the flames of jealousy of many young ladies, Ouyang Yusin's face was red. She nodded lightly, obediently heading toward the distinguished guests area. Because of this, the organizers had specially added a seat beside Sir Feng Yu. The two of them sat together. They were a perfect match, like a golden boy and a jade girl. Everyone around them was envious. As for Ouyang Yusin, she was contentedly enjoying her endless vanity. She had been carrying the burden of her family for a long time. Only such a rare opportunity could allow her to feel the glory that should have belonged to her. The Yunxiang cabinet master has arrived. With a loud shout, a slender and elegant 18-year-old lady walked out from within the Yunxiang cabinet. She was tall and slender, with long, silky black hair that was tied into a bundle with a piece of purple silk. It lay quietly behind her beautiful back. She wore a long, ink-colored robe embroidered with butterflies and hundreds of flowers. Her curvaceous figure was fully displayed under the long, ink-colored robe. And that tranquil and beautiful face was exquisitely matched with her facial features. Although she was not extremely beautiful, she had a natural and aesthetic feel to her. Every frown and smile contained a unique aura. Many young men could not help but look at her with admiration. Although she was not as beautiful as Ouyang Yusin, she could naturally attract the attention of others. Ouyang Yusin was slightly jealous. But even she had to admit that the Yunxiang cabinet master was indeed very beautiful. Ouyang Yusin was beautiful in her appearance, but the Yunxiang cabinet master was beautiful in her aura. Mr. Feng Yu's eyes were filled with admiration. Even someone as flirtatious as him could not resist the beautiful aura of the Yunxiang cabinet master. Tranquil and otherworldly. Seems familiar. Su Yu muttered softly, looking at the Yunxiang cabinet master. His mind inadvertently thought of the celestial being in his memories. He did not know if she was doing well or where she was. A shred of melancholy silently flashed past his eyes. What was surprising was, the Yunxiang cabinet master seemed to have sensed something. She looked toward Su Yu, her beautiful eyes slightly stunned, a little surprised. After a moment, she nodded her head slightly, smiling. This scene attracted the attention of many geniuses, all of them turning to look. When they noticed that the person who had received a smile from the Yunxiang cabinet master was a young man in the normal seats, they all revealed expressions of jealousy and indignation. Looking at the seats, he should be a follower or someone who was not on the list of invitations. Mr. Feng Yu glanced at Su Yu, then retracted his gaze. Beside him, Ouyang Yusin found it strange, muttering softly, could they know each other? Sister Yusin, do you know that silver-haired lad? Mr. Feng Yu muttered, creasing his brows. Ouyang Yusin hurriedly hid her expression. Feeling the disdainful gazes directed at Su Yu, her face blushing. She shook her head. No. I do not know him. Mr. Feng Yu lost interest, nodding. That's true. It is better for Sister Yusin not to get involved with such a low-class follower. I understand, Ouyang Yusin said, smiling. I do not know him. Her gaze toward Mr. Feng Yu was filled with anticipation and admiration. The Yunxiang cabinet master sat down, watching the celebration program with the other guests. After that, she chatted with the crowd. A moment later, the Yunxiang cabinet master's red lips parted. Her voice was as beautiful as jade, pleasing to the ears. Hearing her voice made one's body go numb. Thank you, friends, for your support. Next, I will leave the venue to everyone. It is rare for us to gather together, so we can exchange pointers and warm up for the alliance meet that will take place in a few days. For this, I have specially invited 2 highly respected seniors to give us pointers. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures flew out from the inner pavilion. One was a green-robed elder. It was the Lin family's great elder. It was a handsome young man in his 30s, with a handsome face. This person was none other than Lu Jun. Su Yu's pupils dilated, his killing intent overflowing. He was the one who had forcefully taken a Neuro away. He was the one who had instructed his 2 followers to kill Su Yu and Mo Wu. The 2 of them descended, sitting at the same level as the Yunxiang cabinet master. Su Yu withdrew his killing intent, feeling a little curious. Who was the Yunxiang cabinet master? Not only could she invite all the geniuses in the city, but she had also invited 2 immortal realm fighters to give pointers. She had such a great reputation. The sparring is voluntary, the Yunxiang cabinet master said with a gentle smile. Do not overdo it. Do not harm the harmony. Whoosh, whoosh, she had just finished speaking when 2 figures leaped onto the arena. Looking over, Su Yu recognized one of them. It was the young master of the Zeng family, Zeng Shenbao. At 18 years of age, he had the abilities of Dragon Realm Level 5 lower tier, on par with Ouyang Yusin. The other person was an unfamiliar man, about 19 years of age, but he had the abilities of Dragon Realm Level 5 upper tier. He was bony, his eyes long and narrow, occasionally glowing with a vicious light. Tan Duanfei? Zeng Shenbao had not expected someone to fight him for the right to challenge. Get down, Tan Duanfei said coldly, pointing at Ouyang Yusin. The person I want to challenge is not you, it's her. Ouyang Yusin froze, unwilling to admit defeat. Who is afraid of you, she said. You are stubborn now, but I will make you scream later. You dare to slap my brother Tan Lin? Humph, how dare you? Tan Duanfei was Tan Lin's brother. That day, Ouyang Yusin had slapped Tan Lin, who had offended him, in order to gain Su Yu's favor. Today, Tan Duanfei had used the sparring opportunity to seek revenge. Ouyang Yusin's expression changed slightly, feeling a little remorseful. She wondered if she had been too impulsive back then. But in front of everyone, she naturally would not admit defeat. Let's fight. But on the arena, Zheng Shenbao refused to step down, his expression cold. Unfortunately, the person I want to challenge is not you, it's him. Whoosh, he pointed his finger at Su Yu from afar. With one sentence, the grey dragon coffin and Ouyang Yusin, which should have belonged to Zheng Shenbao, were reduced to nothing. His father was afraid of Su Yu's identity, but Zheng Shenbao could not accept it. Su Yu's expression was calm as he slowly said, "Choose another opponent. You are not my match." What a joke. You are only Dragon Realm level 1. I can destroy one of your fingers. Zheng Shenbao laughed angrily. Su Yu closed his eyes, silently dealing with him. The crowd was in an uproar. Zheng Shenbao and Yang Duanfei both wanted to challenge someone else, fighting for the right to challenge. Chapter 232. Zheng Shenbao and Yang Duanfei looked at each other, agreeing. All right, you can leave now. You know very well the difference in strength between us. Tan Duanfei impatiently urged as soon as the battle began. Zheng Shenbao was slightly fearful. Dragon Realm level 5 upper tier versus Dragon Realm level 5 lower tier. If he did not have a superior technique, Zheng Shenbao would definitely take revenge. But in front of everyone, even if he was no match, he could not admit defeat. Talk after we fight. Zheng Shenbao grunted. Grey spirit energy circled his legs. As he moved, it was foggy, making it difficult to see his legs clearly. Whoosh, with a burst of strength from his right calf, his body shot forward. His figure left a series of after-images in the air, making it difficult to catch him. When he flew in front of Tan Duanfei could not even put down his crossed arms in time. Ghost Shadow Step. Zheng Shenbao grunted, using the half-immortal level technique he had learned to its fullest. But Tan Duanfei's expression was cold, lightly shaking his head. Too weak, only stage 1 top class. Its power is average. I only need one move to defeat you. It was clear that Zheng Shenbao was already in front of him, but Tan Duanfei could still casually extend a finger, fast as lightning. Just as the Ghost Shadow Step was about to strike, it struck. Crash, a shocking scene appeared. Zheng Shenbao let out a pathetic cry, sent flying by a finger, crashing into the arena. As expected, he had been defeated in one move. On both sides of the Yunxiang Cabinet Master, the green-robed elder of the Lin family had a faint expression of praise. Not bad. Zheng Shenbao has comprehended stage 1 top class of a half-immortal level technique. It is not easy. His potential is not bad. Lu Jun nodded. But you must continue to work hard and learn from Tan Duanfei. His half-immortal level technique has already been cultivated to stage 2 top class, just one step away from complete mastery. Half-immortal level techniques were adapted from immortal level techniques, so they were much shorter, usually only having 2 levels. Tan Duanfei had cultivated it to stage 2 top class. His potential was extraordinary. Next, it should have been Tan Duanfei challenging Ouyang Yusin. But the Yunxiang Cabinet Master glanced at Su Yu, who was resting with his eyes closed, and smiled. Mr. Tan, can you give me some face and let Mr. Zheng challenge first? Hey! Everyone was greatly surprised. Tan Duanfei was also slightly angered and disgusted. However, he quickly realized that the person asking was the Yunxiang Cabinet Master, so he readily agreed and walked off the challenge ring. Zheng Shenbao was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He was not surprised that he could challenge her in advance, but the Yunxiang Cabinet Master actually spoke up for him. Could it be that his unintentional performance had won the favor of the Yunxiang Cabinet Master? Thinking of this, Zheng Shenbao was slightly excited. The status of the Yunxiang Cabinet Master was rumored to be extremely prestigious. Young Master Zheng, thank you for your help. The Yunxiang Cabinet Master smiled gratefully. She then looked at Su Yu and asked, that silver-haired gentleman, can you come up the stage and accept my challenge? Those who were quick-witted instantly understood the intentions of the Yunxiang Cabinet Master. The reason why he asked Zheng Shenbao to challenge him first was not because of Zheng Shenbao's performance, but because he wanted to see the performance of the mysterious silver-haired young man. Understanding this point, Zheng Shenbao's face stiffened, and the flames of jealousy erupted in his heart. There were quite a few youths like him who were secretly enraged. The disgust in Mr. Feng Yu's eyes deepened. Where did he come from? Gaining the attention and favor of the Yunxiang cabinet master a few times made it difficult not to be angry. The green-robed elder followed the gaze of the Yunxiang cabinet master and looked over, slightly stunned. Yin. His expression turned sinister. Humph. He actually snuck in. Lu Jun stroked his chin, deep in thought. For some reason, he found this silver-haired youth familiar. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yu opened his eyes and looked toward the Yunxiang cabinet master. He did not understand why the Yunxiang cabinet master would pay attention to him. His purpose for coming here today was to understand the abilities of the geniuses of the Alliance. His second goal was to observe the Yunxiang cabinet master in preparation for rescuing an Euro. But the Yunxiang cabinet master's temperament was out of this world, unlike the owner of a brothel. She had even noticed Su Yu. Su Yu came to his senses, rejecting her simply and clearly. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in fighting. The youths at the guest seats were furious. He had gotten the advantage, but he was still acting innocent. The Yunxiang cabinet master had a noble status. How could he reject her? As for the Yunxiang cabinet master, she pursed her lips and smiled, not minding him. Zheng Shenbao could not tolerate this humiliation. He gave a furious grunt. Get up here. Su Yu creased his brows. Ignoring someone who had challenged him once was rational. Ignoring them twice was cowardly. Furthermore, he was being scolded right in the face. Sighing, Su Yu slowly stood up. Fine, a fight is fine as well. Whoosh! Su Yu tapped the ground with his toes, leaping onto the arena stage. His figure was elegant and graceful. Are you deaf? I asked you to get up here, not leave. Get down, get up here again. Zheng Shenbao stood with his arms crossed, letting out a cold grunt. Su Yu calmly shook his head. If you want to fight, then hurry up and fight. This is an arena to test our abilities, not to compare our arrogance. Arrogance? Why would I need to be arrogant against a weakling like you? Zheng Shenbao took big strides forward. Su Yu remained silent, no longer arguing with him. In a moment, Zheng Shenbao was within 10 feet of Su Yu. Do you want me to repeat myself? Get down, get up here. Su Yu's gaze was calm. He ignored him, calmly accumulating spirit energy in preparation for the fight. Forget it, I'll send you down, then get up here. Zheng Shenbao grunted, sending a punch over. Even if he did not intentionally gather spirit energy, a casual attack from a Dragon Realm level 5 was enough to suppress a Dragon Realm level 1. Su Yu gently lifted his head, turning his palm to collide with Zheng Shenbao's punch. Rumble! Zheng Shenbao's expression turned rigid. The scene of Su Yu being sent flying by a punch did not occur. Instead, it was as if he had been struck by a powerful current. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zheng Shenbao was sent flying into the arena stage. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar. Su Yu, who was about to be destroyed in one move, was sent flying by Su Yu. Lin Aojue calmly shook his head. Even though both of them are trash, Zheng Shenbao did not make a move. It is completely reasonable for him to be sent flying by another piece of trash. These words fell into the ears of the Yunxiang cabinet master. She creased her brows, glancing at Zheng Shenbao, a little disappointed. She had wanted him to test Su Yu's abilities, but in the end, Zheng Shenbao's organs were uncomfortable. What was even more uncomfortable was the mocking gazes around him, causing him to be extremely embarrassed and furious. Ah! Shameless, launching a sneak attack when I was unprepared. Zheng Shenbao let out a loud roar, flying back to the arena stage. It was clear that he had been arrogant, not taking Su Yu seriously. After suffering a setback, he blamed Su Yu for launching a sneak attack. Shameless thing. You forced me to use my abilities to teach you a lesson. Zheng Shenbao let out a low roar. Ghost shadow step. His figure turned into a fragmentary line, Zheng Shenbao's leg coming toward him. Su Yu's gaze was calm. He kept the meteorite bracelet, releasing his cultivation level. Wind shadow step. Rumble Zheng Shenbao, who had yet to land on the arena stage, let out another pathetic cry. This time, his right leg broke with a crack. His flesh was a mess, and blood splattered everywhere, spraying into the sky. Thump. Zheng Shenbao's organs were shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of bloody flesh. His face was filled with shock. Su Yu stood at the edge of the arena stage, calmly shaking his head. "I'm sorry," he said. "If you don't roll up here, I cannot let you onto the arena stage." Puff. Zheng Shenbao was furious. He spat out another mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot. He had asked Su Yu to roll up here, but in reality, he could not even roll up here. This battle had finally caused the crowd to sink into an indescribable shock. Everyone could see that Zheng Shenbao had used his full strength. But he was still no match for Su Yu's attack. Lin Aojue's disdainful expression turned rigid, then was replaced by disdain. "Still a piece of detestable trash." Beside him, Lin Hong's eyes were filled with fear. It was the same move, but Dragon Realm level 5 Zheng Shenbao had been defeated in one move? Thinking back to the battle in the clan, she realized that Su Yu had already shown mercy. Ouyang Yusin's eyes opened wide, deeply shocked. How is this possible? He's that strong. In her impression, Su Yu's abilities were decent, but Ouyang Yusin had never thought that he could match her. That battle had toppled her understanding. The Yunxiang cabinet master's beautiful eyes flashed with a smile, revealing an expression that said she had expected this. "Elders, please give us your comments." Lu Jun stared at Su Yu. For some reason, the more he looked at Su Yu, the more familiar he felt. Lu Jun did not like Su Yu, calmly saying, "Average, barely promising." The Yunxiang cabinet master shook her head. To be able to defeat someone stronger than him was definitely not average. Lu Jun's comments were a little biased. The green-robed elder of the Lin family did not have a good impression of Su Yu, his expression tense. "This is a spar, not a fight. Your sneak attack is ridiculous. Not only are your abilities average, your character is even worse. Forgive me for saying this, but you should go back and ask your parents for advice on how to behave." His harsh words caused an uproar, but there were many who agreed with him. Su Yu's expression gradually turned cold. The green-robed elder had actually said that Su Yu lacked the upbringing of his parent. This was an insult to Su Yu's parents. He did not mind distorting Su Yu, but slandering his parents was unforgivable. How to behave? Who do you think you are to ask me to go back and ask my parents for advice? Su Yu coldly rebuked. No matter what the other party's status was, he had already shed all pretense of cordiality. At once, the crowd was once again in an uproar. As the great elder of the Lin family, someone actually dared to insult him in public. The green-robed elder's expression turned rigid, then turned serious. "You have no sense of propriety. I taught you a lesson out of goodwill, but you maliciously slandered me. Your character is so despicable that it makes one's hair stand on end." Su Yu let out a long laugh. "Taught me a lesson out of goodwill? Let me ask you, is it despicable to insult someone's parents?" Answer. The green-robed elder felt that there was a loophole in his words, so he changed the topic. "In any case, I was just being kind. Answer my question. Is it despicable to insult someone's parents?" Su Yu interrupted him. The green-robed elder's expression was furious. "I was being kind. You don't even know if it is despicable to insult someone's parents, and you still have the cheek to comment on someone else's character." Su Yu retorted sarcastically. The green-robed elder was at a loss for words. In a moment of carelessness, Su Yu had taken advantage of him. He immediately said, "I just feel it is beneath me to answer such a superficial question. I naturally should not insult someone's parents." Chapter 233. Sophistry. The green-robed old man slammed the table and glared angrily. Su Yu calmly replied, "I suggest you go back and cultivate your character. You will only embarrass yourself by taking advantage of your seniority." The green-robed old man slammed the table and shouted angrily, "How dare you!" But, at this moment, there was a hint of disgust and impatience in the eyes of the Yunxiang cabinet mistress. She said softly, "Elder Lin, Is that enough? Although his tone was calm, it was not difficult to hear his anger. Strangely, the green-robed old man's expression changed, and he forcefully swallowed his anger. He could only glare fiercely at Su Yu. All right, let's continue the competition. Next, let's invite Mr. Tan on stage, the Yunxiang cabinet master said. Whoosh, Tan Duanfei jumped into the arena and pointed at Ouyang Yusin. You. Come up. Sure, Ouyang Yusin was not to be outdone. She was also Dragon Realm level 5 upper tier and was not afraid of Tan Jifei. How dare you slap a member of my Tan family? Damned woman, I'll pay you back with a slap today. Tan Duanfei attacked furiously. Ouyang Yusin said coldly, You think you are worthy? She was a proud daughter of heaven, how could she allow herself to be slapped? Without another word, Tan Duanfei immediately attacked. 3 phantom shadows. Tan Duanfei used a finger technique. Moreover, it was a half-true spirit cultivation technique, second level large success. Ouyang Yusin took a light breath and waited for the next attack. Flower Moon Palm. Surprisingly, it was also the second stage of a half-immortal level technique, but it was only at the initial stage. Boom. The two of them clashed violently. Tan Duanfei retreated 2 steps, but Ouyang Yusin was at a disadvantage. She grunted and retreated 3 steps. Humph. This slap is for sure. Tan Duanfei caught up with him and executed the 3 phantom strikes, each more powerful than the last. In an instant, Ouyang Yusin was at a disadvantage. She looked like she was being suppressed. In a situation where the cultivation base was the same, the cultivation method would determine who was superior. Ouyang Yusin was miserable, and her heart was filled with regret. If she had known that this would happen, why would she have given Tan Lin a palm strike for Su Yu? Ouyang Yusin glanced at Mr. Feng Yu, who was standing at the edge of the arena. The Tan clan was a vassal clan of the Feng clan. With just a look from Sir Feng Yu, Tan Duanfei would restrain himself. She didn't want Tan Duanfei to admit defeat, but she wanted him to give her a way out. However, Sir Feng Yu did not seem to notice the situation and did not set an example. What Ouyang Yusin had not expected was that, because she had been slightly distracted, Tan Duanfei had found an opening and brazenly attack. The palm attack was instantly broken. A cold slap was aimed at her face. Ouyang Yusin's expression changed drastically. She clenched her teeth and retreated. Unwilling to give up, she jumped out of the arena. However, Tan Duanfei did not let Ouyang Yusin off just because of that. 3 phantom strikes. Tan Duanfei's palm missed, and he shot out a finger hatefully. A powerful finger force pierced through the air and bombarded Ouyang Yusin, who was flying backward. At that moment, Ouyang Yusin was in the middle of flying backward. She had just used up all her strength and had not used up all her strength yet. How could she block the attack in time? Her pretty face changed and her pupils constricted. Seeing that she was about to receive this attack, Ouyang Yusin closed her eyes in fear, her heart filled with panic. But, at this moment, Pucci, a flash of white robe attacked, dispersing the finger energy. The man in white was Sir Feng Yu. Ouyang Yusin was pleasantly surprised, her heart filled with sweetness. He had finally attacked for her. But when she lifted her head, Ouyang Yusin froze on the spot. Wearing a moon-white long robe, with a head of silver hair and a silver mask, who else could it be but Sir Yin Yu? It was not Sir Feng Yu. This caused Ouyang Yusin's excitement to freeze. Looking to the side, Sir Feng Yu stood at his original position with his hands clasped behind his back. He had no intention of attacking. Disappointment and resentment mixed together to form a wave of anger that filled her heart. Let go. Ouyang Yusin's pretty face was cold, angrily struggling out of Su Yu's embrace. Did I ask you to save me? She had vented her anger toward Sir Feng Yu on Su Yu, who had saved her. In her heart, Sir Feng Yu was the most suitable partner. The more arrogant a woman was, the more she would acknowledge a strong martial artist who could conquer her. Sir Feng Yu's abilities far surpassed hers. That was why she was willing to accept him. But Su Yu was weaker than her. How could she respect him? Just a mysterious identity was not enough to convince Ouyang Yusin. The Yunxiang cabinet master creased her brows. If not for Su Yu, Ouyang Yusin's fate would not have been pleasant. Nothing could be more heart-wrenching than this. Su Yu froze, expressionless as he let go. He silently walked toward the normal seats. A gust of wind blew past. Ouyang Yusin calmed down a little. Only then did she realize that her words had been a little overboard. Looking at Su Yu's silent back, she felt a little apologetic. No matter what, Su Yu had saved the Ouyang family. He had saved her just now, but in a moment of anger, she had, biting her lip, the proud Ouyang Yusin could not put down her pride and apologize to Su Yu. Forget it. Ouyang Yusin thought to herself as she returned to Sir Feng Yu's side. Looking at Sir Feng Yu from afar, Ouyang Yusin's heart was at peace. In her heart, this was the most suitable husband. Stop. Tan Duanfei's cold order came from the arena. His words were directed at Su Yu. Su Yu ignored him, continuing to walk forward. I told you to stop. Tan Duanfei ordered again, crossing his arms in front of his chest. But Su Yu continued to walk forward. Silver-haired one, do you want me to repeat myself? I told you to stop. Tan Duanfei was a little angry. But Su Yu ignored him, returning to his seat and closing his eyes to rest. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tan Duanfei could no longer maintain his dignity. Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? Tan Duanfei walked down the arena angrily, standing in front of Su Yu. Su Yu opened his eyes, calmly replying, so you were talking to me. Humph. Follow me to the arena, Tan Duanfei ordered, his expression cold. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked toward the arena. But after a few steps, there was no movement behind him. Looking back, Su Yu had closed his eyes again, ignoring him. Tan Duanfei was furious. Don't be insolent. You want me to follow you to the arena, and I have to leave with you? Su Yu's expression was cold. Did he really think Su Yu was a dog? I gave you face, but you don't want it. Do you have the right to refute my words? I told you to come, so come. Tan Duanfei grabbed toward Su Yu. He had challenged Su Yu because he had secretly instructed Sir Feng Yu. Thinking about it, the favor of the Yunxiang cabinet master had angered Sir Feng Yu. You're asking for death. Su Yu suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with a deep coldness. Tan Duanfei's expression was filled with disdain. You think you're fit to say asking for death? I'll smash your mouth first. The green-robed elder had a gloating expression. That mouth really needs to be taught a lesson. Sir Feng Yu wore a mocking smile. The only way to make the Yunxiang cabinet master lose interest in Su Yu was to disappoint her. Beating him up in front of everyone would cause him to lose his mystery. Naturally, the Yunxiang cabinet master would no longer pay attention to him. Ouyang Yusin sighed, muttering, you reap what you sow. Feeling the cold palm heading toward his mouth, Su Yu's eyes turned cold. You like to slap people? Fine. I'll grant you your wish. Chapter 234. Rumble. The spirit energy in Su Yu's body surged like a 10,000-mile river. Tan Duanfei grunted. Slut, you still dare to retaliate. Add to your crimes. He was laughing coldly in his heart. If Su Yu had not retaliated, he would not have been so ruthless in front of so many people. But Su Yu had dared to retaliate. No one could say anything about him being injured by mistake. Tan Duanfei attacked furiously, 3 phantom strikes. Even Ouyang Yusin was being suppressed, much less Su Yu. However, Su Yu's eyes were filled with coldness. A resplendent purple light gathered at the tip of his index finger, illuminating the sky. It was like a purple star, majestic and dazzling. That finger was like a falling meteor, beautiful and dreamy. A great power enveloped the sky. Thunder star finger. Rumble. The deafening roar shook the heavens. The terrifying destructive thunder swept across the world, annihilating everything in its path. A pitiful cry reverberated throughout the Yunxiang pavilion. The destructive lightning had charred Tan Duanfei's finger. His clothes were completely destroyed by the lightning arcs. Crash. With a pathetic grunt, Tan Duanfei swayed, then fell to the ground. Hiss. Another immortal-level cultivation technique. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. And it's a rare lightning-based immortal-level technique. Lin Hong's scalp was numb. He hid it well. At the Lin family, Su Yu had not revealed an immortal-level lightning-based technique despite being surrounded and attacked. Whoosh, whoosh, one by one, the figures stood up out of shock. They could feel that this lightning-based immortal-level technique was different from the wind shadow step. Su Yu seemed to have cultivated it to a certain level. What they did not know was that Su Yu had only used 30% of its power. But even 30% was enough to kill Tan Duanfei. Lu Jun looked at Su Yu, his suspicion growing. The sense of familiarity was growing stronger. The green-robed elder had a serious expression. Putting aside his evil opinion of Su Yu, he realized that the Lin family might have made a mistake. That day, the Lin family had the chance to recruit Su Yu, but they had given up, feeling that his potential was not outstanding. Now it seemed, the Lin family had underestimated him. How could this be? Ouyang Yusin suddenly stood up. Her clear eyes were filled with shock. Tan Duanfei had defeated her, but Su Yu had defeated Tan Duanfei with one move. In her eyes, Su Yu, whose abilities were mediocre, was actually far above her. This scene fiercely shook her heart. Only the Yunxiang cabinet master frowned slightly. She still did not get what she wanted. Su Yu's expression was ice-cold, and he grabbed Tan Duanfei's hair. You! What are you doing? Tan Duanfei's eyelids twitched as he forced himself to calm down. Su Yu said coldly, "Of course it's to do what you like the most." Raising his palm, Su Yu assumed the posture of slapping down. How dare you? Slapping people in public, do you still have any respect for us seniors? The green-robed old man slammed the table and stood up. Su Yu looked at her calmly and asked, "What were you doing when he wanted to slap me? How can you quibble? This old man is going to uphold justice. Let him go," the green-robed old man berated coldly. Justice? Ha ha ha. What justice? Su Yu laughed heartily. Tan Duanfei forced us again and again. When he was arrogant and wanted to slap Su Yu, where was your justice? Su Yu asked in reply. Now that his skills are inferior and he is about to be slapped by me, you jump out to uphold justice. Is your justice as worthless as a piece of **T? Su Yu laughed angrily. Su Yu was extremely disdainful of this elder of the Lin family. The green-robed old man's face turned green and red, and he hated Su Yu to the core. You are too insolent. Do you still have respect for us seniors? If not for the fact that there were many people around, the green-robed old man would have killed Su Yu with a slap. Su Yu retorted sarcastically, "In my eyes, I can pretend to be a saint and pretend to be a villain, but I cannot pretend to be you. To be respected, you must first learn to respect others. From head to toe, which part of you has the demeanor of an elder? Which part of you is worthy of respect? Slandering, using public property for personal gain, taking advantage of your seniority, inverting right and wrong, and having an extremely low character. What do you have that is worthy of respect? You. The green-robed old man was trembling with anger, his vision turning black. Su Yu lifted Tan Duanfei up, letting out a cold grunt. What about you? Being in a high position, you are used to flattery. Are you unable to listen to harsh advice? This harsh advice had angered the green-robed old man to the point of vomiting blood. Su Yu was clearly insulting him, but he was defending himself as harsh advice. Little brother, could you give me some face and let go of your grudge? Mr. Feng Yu said, his expression calm. There was no hint of a request. Instead, it seemed like an order from above. After all, Tan Duanfei had been ordered to deal with Su Yu. Naturally, he had to show himself to save him. Su Yu turned his head to look at him, sizing him up. Who are you? Mr. Feng Yu froze. There was someone in the Alliance City who did not know him? Oh, I'm sorry that I didn't introduce myself. I am Mr. Feng Yu. Please let him off for my sake, Mr. Feng Yu added. His tone was calm, as if he was saying that it was Su Yu's honor to know him. Su Yu nodded. So it is Mr. Feng Yu. Unfortunately, I have never heard of you. Since I do not know you, why should I give you face? Su Yu was about to slap him. Mr. Feng Yu's expression was stiff, and the coldness in his eyes deepened. Do you know who you are talking to? Su Yu didn't look at him anymore. He didn't even turn his head around. Do you know how hateful it is to think too highly of yourself? A murderous glint flashed in Mr. Feng Yu's eyes. "Don't do anything that you will regret, Pa." A resounding slap rang out, cutting off Sir Feng Yu's words. At that moment, Su Yu looked at him. "I have never regretted it." Then, he slapped Tan Duanfei 3 more times. Tan Duanfei's lips were sent flying and his flesh was a bloody mess. "How does it taste?" Su Yu coldly threw him aside. Tan Duanfei was ashamed and resentful. He had actually been slapped. Covering his mouth, Tan Duanfei walked in the direction of Mr. Feng Yu, full of resentment. "Stop right there." Suddenly, Su Yu's shout could be heard from behind. Tan Duanfei subconsciously stopped and turned around to glare at him. "What is it? Did you forget something?" Tan Duanfei's expression turned cold. "What did I forget? What do you think?" Su Yu asked coldly. Tan Duanfei kept a straight face. "I didn't forget." "You forget. Su Yu enunciated each word. "You forgot the Tao. Apologize." Hearing this, Tan Duanfei and Mr. Feng Yu were furious. "Don't you go too far." Tan Duanfei's chest was filled with a fury. He had been slapped, and now he had to apologize to the person who had slapped him. Mr. Feng Yu's eyes were cold. "You had better not overdo it." Su Yu's overbearingness surprised everyone. "You want me to repeat myself a second time?" Su Yu did not even look at Mr. Feng Yu, his gaze fixed on Tan Duanfei. Once again being stared at by those eyes, Tan Duanfei's heart jumped. Clenching his teeth, Tan Duanfei lowered his head in humiliation, stammering, "I am sorry." "Scram!" Su Yu coldly shouted. Tan Duanfei felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he left pathetically. Looking around, Su Yu's gaze drifted past the seats of the distinguished guests. Many pairs of hostile eyes looked at him. "Who among you wishes to challenge me?" As soon as he finished speaking, no one took up the challenge. The invincible stance of defeating Tan Duanfei with one move had deeply shaken them. Those who were swept by Su Yu all averted their gazes, not daring to look at him directly. Only one person was a bald youth in hemp clothing. He was 18 years old, but his cultivation level had reached Dragon Realm Level 5 peak. Among the 20 distinguished guests, he sat alone, cross-legged. No one sat within 30 feet of him. It was not that they could not, but that they did not dare. The bald youth's gaze was extremely sharp, like an eagle in the 9 heavens. Only he endured Su Yu's gaze calmly. His lips formed a mocking smile. When the tiger is not around, the monkey claims to be the king. "You really think you are someone important?" Hearing this, many of the talented youths in the distinguished guest seats felt the pressure in their heart's ease. "We've finally met a tough opponent." Some of the geniuses were gloating. Zhao Wuming, number 1 below the 3 legendary geniuses. Invincible in Dragon Realm Level 5. Su Yu's expression was as calm as ever. "Are you very powerful?" Zhao Wuming shrugged. "I'm just SOSO. Among the distinguished guests, if I say I'm number 2, no one would dare to say they're number 1. Since you're so powerful, why don't you challenge the 3 great legends?" Su Yu calmly asked. Zhao Wuming's expression turned rigid. "Humph. I'll catch up to them sooner or later, but you, an arrogant and ignorant rat, jumping around in the alliance gathering of geniuses. Don't you find it embarrassing?" Su Yu let out a cold laugh. "Rat. I'm a rat in your eyes, but aren't you a rat in the eyes of the 3 great legends? In the end, you're just a pile of trash in front of the strong. So you don't dare be arrogant in front of them. You only dare to shout at those who are weaker than you, searching for the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction of being the king of the mountains, right? You're not as strong as them, but you're better than them. You lack determination in your martial path. What do you have to catch up to them? Just your mouth? Or your ignorant and fearless satisfaction with your current situation?" Su Yu's words hit the nail on the head. Zhao Wuming felt uncomfortable, his heart filled with shame and anger. "Lad, that's enough." Zhao Wuming was furious. "You've hit my soft spot. What right does someone like you have to be ranked number 1 below the 3 great legends? Those whose martial path is firmer than yours will replace you sooner or later. At that time, won't you become a rat in the eyes of even more people?" Zhao Wuming's face alternated between green and red. With a gloomy expression, he clenched his teeth and said, I said that's enough. Angry? Angry? Then show me the abilities you're so proud of, not just your mouth, calling yourself number one in Tianqi. Zhao Wuming clenched his teeth, suppressing his anger. Taking a few deep breaths, Zhao Wuming forced himself to remain calm, coldly saying, if you want to anger me, I can congratulate you. You've succeeded. But do you think you're worthy of fighting me? In my hands, you don't even have the right to attack. I, Zhao Wuming, have never fought an opponent of this level. My opponent is not here yet. As the number one person below the three great legends, he had the right to say such word. Su Yu sighed. He was about to face Zhao Wuming, so he naturally wanted to fight him. In terms of abilities, Zhao Wuming was the most suitable person to fight. Under such circumstances, it might be beneficial for him to refine his divine decree. Purely relying on comprehension, the progress of his divine decree was extremely slow. Unfortunately, Zhao Wuming had restrained himself at the last moment. The battle that the crowd had been anticipating had ended just like that. He should count himself lucky that Zhao Wuming does not have an opponent of his level. Otherwise, if they were to really fight, Yin Yu would not even have the chance to attack. That's right. Why is he so arrogant? The Yunxiang cabinet master felt that it was a pity. She really wanted to see Su Yu's trump card, but her wish was not fulfilled. Lu Jun had a pensive expression. After a moment, his eyes flashed. Yunxiang cabinet master, why don't we have another show to liven things up? The Yunxiang cabinet master creased her brows, shaking her head in rejection. You're saying to let the slaves fight. Firstly, these slaves are powerful and can easily cause danger. Secondly, they are still humans, and we cannot treat them too cruelly. Lu Jun laughed. Of course not. I recently caught a new slave, and she is currently being trained in the Yunxiang cabinet. Why don't we let her try? Her abilities have been restricted to Dragon Realm level 6 by me. Furthermore, with us around, we naturally will not let a tragedy happen. The slave you caught. The Yunxiang cabinet master was obviously at a loss, not knowing who Lu Jun was referring to. Looking at Su Yu, the Yunxiang cabinet master nodded her head after a moment. All right, but do not overdo it. Do not harm the slave. Lu Jun clapped his hands. From the inner cabinet, he carried out an iron cage that was 100 feet long and wide. Within the iron cage was a woman covered in blood. Her head was wrapped in a sackcloth bag. He, said Lu Jun, it seems that a simple spa is no longer enough to satisfy everyone. Finally, I will liven things up. He stood up, his eyes glowing as if he was deep in thought. Inside is a slave who betrayed the alliance. Her abilities are at Dragon Realm level 6. If any of you are interested, you can enter and fight her. Whoever injures her the most will be the champion. I can request the Alliance to open the Alliance treasure tower and read an immortal level cultivation technique. He did not follow the Yunxiang cabinet master's instructions completely. An immortal level cultivation technique? Everyone was shocked. Such a top-notch cultivation technique was kept in the collections of the large forces. Idle people like them did not have the right to view it. Such a reward was extremely tempting. But the abilities of Dragon Realm level 6, which she was working hard at, caused a large number of people to be intimidated. Lu Jun saw the expressions of the crowd, as well as their hearts. He glanced at Su Yu from the corner of his eyes, then squinted. Now, begin. With a point of his finger, Lu Jun shot out a bolt of energy, shattering the sackcloth bag on the woman's head, revealing her true appearance. Ah! Ghost, a timid girl, opened her eyes wide and fainted on the spot. The rest of the girls covered their mouths, their eyes filled with fear. Many of the youths swallowed hard, retreating a few steps in fear. Those who were more daring had faces full of disgust. What an ugly woman. She's even more disgusting than a ghost. Ouyang Yusin was filled with disgust. Where did this wild woman come from? Mr. Feng Yu's brows creased, sweeping at the slightly fishy air in front of his nose. So dirty. Lin Aojue let out a cold grunt. What the hell is this? It's disgusting to the eyes. Even the Yunxiang cabinet master creased her brows. Why is her face so ugly? The female slave, who was as ugly as a ghost, caused an uproar. That horrifying face shocked everyone. But among the disgust, there was only one person who was shocked. Second. Elder. Su Yu's throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he managed to say 3 words with difficulty. Chapter 235. A familiar figure, a familiar face, and a familiar gaze. Who else could it be but a Neuro? That was the person he had traveled thousands of miles to save, the person he had sworn to save, a Neuro. A Neuro remained calm despite the scorn of thousands of people. His pair of pale eyes were filled with a deathly stillness. That was the stillness of death. The sky was blue and the breeze was gentle. Although the sky was clear and boundless, Su Yu's whole body was cold. Was that his benefactor, a Neuro? Self-blame and guilt welled up in his heart. A month ago, she was a high and mighty elder. After a month, he would be a prisoner, a slave. The Yunxiang cabinet master frowned slightly. Lu Jun, what do you mean? Lu Jun smiled. It's just a show to liven things up. Please don't blame me, Yunxiang cabinet master. Let's begin. Lu Jun leaned back in a relaxed manner. However, no one moved. Mr. Feng Yu and Lin Aojue both had immortal-level techniques in their family clans, so they might not be looking for a reward. Moreover, the woman in front of them was too ugly, so they had no interest in fighting her. As for the rest of the geniuses, how would they dare to attack a Dragon Realm level 6? There was only one exception. I'll do it. Zhao Wuming's eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. He was at Dragon Realm level 5 peak, and there were not many enemies he could fight. The cultivation level of the lady in front of him had been suppressed to Dragon Realm level 6, which was suitable for sparring. If he could become the champion, he would have the opportunity to read immortal-level cultivation techniques. Me too. Me too. With one person taking the lead, the rest of the experts all stepped forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of experts flew into the iron cage. Ugly woman. It's obvious that he's not a good person. The 10 genius experts were filled with disgust. Zhao Wuming's eyes burned with a strong desire to fight. Let's attack together. Remember, you are only allowed to injure, not kill. If they were killed, how would they determine how many injuries were left? Kailar, the 10 of them surrounded him from 10 different directions. However, an Euro looked up at the sky. Her eyes were dry and lifeless, like a doll that had lost its soul. He was completely defenseless against such a powerful attack. It was even to the extent that she remained indifferent when the attacks entered a range of 10 meters. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Zhao Wuming sneered. You know your sins are grave, so you give up resisting? That's fine too. This way, you can make amends for your crime. An Euro's lips curled into a faint smile. It was a sad smile of relief and release. The 10 geniuses looked at him coldly without any pity. His greedy eyes were burning with passion. Compared to the ugly an Euro, they were more like bloodthirsty beast. You. Try moving. However, just as the 10 of them were about to attack, a figure that was as fast as lightning chased after them. That bone-chilling voice seemed to have come from hell. The 10 genius experts all felt a chill run down their spines when they heard this voice. Looking back, it was Mr. Yin Yu. His hair was flying in the air and his eyes were extremely cold. 9 of them immediately stopped and slowly exited the iron cage. The scene of Yin Yu sending Tan Duanfei flying with a single move had shaken them to their core. No one was willing to provoke this mysterious martial artist. Only Zhao Wuming's figure paused for a moment. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Yu and snorted. What is it? As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a palm strike at an Euro's body. Creak. Right at this moment, several extremely sharp divine ice threads flew out from behind him, entangling him. Zhao Wuming had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. He turned back and sent out a punch, his brows furrowed in anger. You are asking for death. It was fine that he had provoked Su Yu repeatedly, but now he was taking the initiative to attack. Su Yu's gaze became even colder. I said not to attack him. Did you hear me? Attack me? Who gave you the guts? Zhao Wuming's eyes were burning with anger. Su Yu ignored him, coldly saying, "I'll ask you again. Did I warn you not to attack him?" Zhao Wuming let out an angry laugh at Su Yu's overbearing interrogation. "Warn? Do you have the right to warn me?" Nodding his head, Su Yu took a few steps forward. "Since you heard me, it means that you did not cherish the opportunity." Su Yu's white moon ice spiritual robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His silver hair danced wildly, his cold aura spreading in all directions. An euro was an unforgettable debt to him and Xiana. Harming her was equivalent to harming Su Yu. Opportunity? Who do you think you are to give me an opportunity? Zhao Wuming's chest was filled with anger, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. Fine. Even though a fly is small, it's annoying to always be around my ears. Whoosh! Zhao Wuming's Dragon Realm level 5 peak aura exploded. His aura, which could crush all other powerful fighters beneath the legendary geniuses, caused the guest seats to freeze. "It's been a long time since I've seen Zhao Wuming fight," a young lady said, her face filled with respect. The youth beside her sighed. "Unfortunately, we are not evenly matched opponents. If nothing goes wrong, this battle will be decided in 3 moves. Lu Jun's lips curled into a mocking smile as he stared at Su Yu. Zhao Wuming attacked decisively. Flying Cloud Leg. A half-immortal level technique stage 2 top class. Wind gathered beneath his feet, as if surrounded by white clouds. A power that was close to an immortal level technique descended on the scene. That leg seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, piercing through the clouds with a threatening aura. Its power was far greater than Tan Duanfei's. "You reckless fool, get down." Su Yu's silver hair fluttered in the wind as the leg attacked. His figure did not move, but his right index finger gathered a few purple lightning arcs. The resplendent brilliance illuminated the arena and dyed the blue sky with a purple splendor. His brilliant finger was like a star from beyond the heavens. At that moment, Su Yu's figure turned into a ray of light that would last forever in the world, piercing through the void. Rumble, furious thunder roared, the earth trembling continuously. Amidst the dust that filled the sky, 2 figures stood in their original positions. Zhao Wuming did not move an inch, his right leg maintaining an attacking stance. He was in an invincible position. But Su Yu did not move in the slightest. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. He can fight Zhao Wuming to a draw with just 1 move? Ouyang Yusin's eyes were filled with shock. In her eyes, Yin Yu was not only stronger than her, but he could fight Zhao Wuming to a draw. Humph. It's just 1 move. Zhao Wuming was careless. There's nothing impressive about him. Thud, thud, thud. But just as he finished his sentence, Zhao Wuming let out a groan, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth as he retreated 3 steps. Shock filled his face. Stage 1 lower class of an immortal level technique. The crowd was shocked. He actually cultivated an immortal level technique to stage 1 lower class, and not just scratched the surface. The 3 legendary geniuses, as well as the geniuses in the guest seats, were all surprised. Even Lu Jun had a serious expression on his face. Everyone knew that immortal level techniques were difficult to comprehend. Just scratching the surface meant that one had a powerful level of perception. To comprehend an entire stage 1 lower class at such a young age, that level of perception, Zhao Wuming's expression changed a few times, unable to recover from his shock. In his eyes, Su Yu, who was not even worthy of him attacking, was actually slightly stronger than him in terms of abilities. He retreated a few steps, his eyes finally revealing a serious expression. Humph. Wouldn't it have been better if you had shown your abilities earlier? Since you want to injure her and become the champion, let's have a fair fight. In other words, he acknowledged Su Yu's abilities, and he was qualified to compete with him. Injure her? Su Yu said coldly. Zhao Wuming's face was filled with anger. You had better not overdo it. This ugly woman does not belong to you alone. We will each use our own abilities to injure her. You have misunderstood me. Su Yu coldly shook his head. The person I want to injure is not her, but you. Zhao Wuming was furious. You don't want the prize in front of you, and you insist on targeting me? Suddenly, Zhao Wuming regained his senses, doubtfully asking, could it be that you are protecting this ugly woman? Su Yu did not reply, his gaze turning colder. Zhao Wuming could not reason with Su Yu's tacit agreement. You are crazy. This ugly woman's appearance is ugly, and one look is enough to tell that she is a vicious person. We, the geniuses of the Alliance City, are not helping the people, but protecting her. Su Yu laughed, a cold laugh. Because she is ugly, she is vicious. Scanning the crowd, Su Yu let out a long laugh. All of you claim to be geniuses of the Alliance, each of you handsome and noble. But against a woman with her hands and legs shackled and unable to resist, all of you do not hesitate. For the immortal level technique, for your abilities, for your own benefits, have you ever thought that you are harming the innocent? Zhao Wuming was not convinced. Innocent? An ugly person like her is definitely a vicious person. Why can't we harm vicious? Have you ever seen a vicious person allow others to kill her? Have you ever seen a vicious person not reveal any killing intent? Have you ever seen a vicious person with a pitiful expression? Su Yu glared at him. Let me ask you again. Did she kill any of you? Did she harm any of you? Did she hate any of you? No. Su Yu's anger was shocking. I only saw a group of self-proclaimed geniuses of the Alliance, a group of geniuses who regard themselves as righteous, raising their butcher knives against a woman who did not resist at all. You. Su Yu looked at the crowd. What kind of geniuses are you? What kind of justice is that? Just because she is ugly, just because she represents your benefits, all of you define her as vicious. Su Yu asked repeatedly, but no one answered. I only saw a group of cruel beasts wearing human skin, raising the flag of justice. All of you are the truly vicious people. She is ugly on the outside, but all of you are ugly in your souls. Su Yu's words were forceful, impassioned, and fierce. Many of the geniuses blushed slightly, but most of them were embarrassed that their inner thoughts had been exposed. Su Yu had offended all the geniuses of the Alliance. Nonsense. Zhao Wuming shouted coldly. For a slave, you dare to spread lies and slander the geniuses of the Alliance. That's right. What right do you have to slander us? Scram. The Alliance City does not welcome you. Scram. Scram. Their shouts were interwoven into one. Su Yu's existence was like a dazzling sun, illuminating all the darkness in their hearts. Therefore, they were afraid of Su Yu and hated him, so they rejected him. Ha ha ha. A group of infuriated trash that had their inner thoughts exposed by me. What right do you have to team up with me? Even if you did not say anything, I would never have joined you. Su Yu laughed angrily. You are too much. The reputation of the geniuses of the Alliance is not to be slandered. Zhao Wuming growled. After saying this, Zhao Wuming charged forward furiously. Su Yu laughed coldly as he looked at the pairs of hostile eyes. A terrifying aura surrounded his body. All of you, come at me together. I, Su Yu, will fight all of your so-called geniuses of the Alliance. Chapter 236. Attack together. There is no need to talk about morality when dealing with people who slander the geniuses of the Alliance City. Zhao Wuming was furious. Whiz, 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 dozens of people flew up from the distinguished guest seats and joined forces to attack Su Yu. Su Yu let out a long laugh. If you are angry, just say it. To think that you are shameless enough to use morality as an excuse. The 20 geniuses of the Alliance City were furious. They did not hesitate and attacked together. Thunder Star Finger, Wind Shadow Step, Glazed Ice Flame. Facing the attacks of 20 people alone, Su Yu used all that he had learned. Although his opponents had more people, they were all fighting for themselves. The crowd was in chaos, and they could not use their advantage in numbers. Su Yu's movement technique was shocking, and he dealt with them with ease. Rumble, bang, crack, puff. Su Yu was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Everywhere he passed, people were sent flying. After a while, the ground was in a mess and miserable cries. Only Zhao Wuming and Su Yu could stand. This scene shocked everyone's eyes. A single person actually blasted so many people flying. 2 scrolls of immortal level cultivation techniques and a top-notch legacy level cultivation technique of top class. What frightening level of comprehension! The Yunxiang cabinet master's beautiful eyes glowed. Su Yu's strength was beyond her imagination. However, Su Yu still could not show her the side that she wanted to see. Ouyang Yusin felt as if something was stuck in her chest, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. His abilities were so frightening. The top-notch geniuses of the Alliance City could not defeat him, even though Su Yu had expended a lot of energy, and he was panting slightly. However, to be able to stand in an undefeatable position, how strong was he? Only the three great legends could reach such a level. Most importantly, the three great legends were at least 18 years old, while Su Yu was only 15 years old. His potential was even above the three great legends. As an ideal target, Su Yu was even more suitable than Mr. Feng Yu. However, thinking about how she had intentionally kept a distance from Su Yu, Ouyang Yusin could not help but feel depressed. Biting her red lips, Ouyang Yusin looked to the side and said, "Mr. Feng Yu, how strong is Mr. Yin Yu in your eyes?" Mr. Feng Yu's genial face was filled with disdain. In the eyes of the top-notch geniuses, he might be very strong. Is that so? Ouyang Yusin felt a sense of comfort in her heart. She did not know why, but she was very unwilling to see Su Yu become powerful, so powerful that she would regret it. On the arena, Zhao Wuming's heart trembled. Su Yu's knowledge was so diverse that it was breathtaking. Especially his movement technique, it was extremely terrifying. "It's your turn." Su Yu's cold eyes swept over him, causing Zhao Wuming's heart to tremble. He put on a strong front and said, Zhao Wuming, do not take advantage of others when they are in trouble. Seeing that you have exhausted yourself greatly, I will spare your life. Get down." Indeed, Su Yu's continuous battles had exhausted him greatly. If it was a battle of attrition, Zhao Wuming's chances of winning were extremely high. However, the price he would have to pay wouldn't be small. His opponent's Thunder Starfinger was extremely difficult to deal with. Don't you know how to take advantage of others? Why would he care about the present? If you're a coward and don't dare to accept the challenge, then just say it. Su Yu berated. To those who are weaker than you disdain to fight them. To those who are stronger than you are cowardly and do not dare to fight them. If this is not cowardice, then what is? Zhao Wuming was furious. This Su Yu really did not know what was good for him. Initially, I wanted to give you a way out of this embarrassing situation. Since you insist on fighting, then I'll accompany you in this battle. Zhao Wuming cautiously made his move. Flying Cloud Kick. Thunder Star Finger. Crackle Rumble. The two figures floated within the iron cage. Every time they collided, an extremely strong power would erupt. However, every time they collided, Zhao Wuming was at a disadvantage, being suppressed by Su Yu. Everyone understood that Zhao Wuming was competing in terms of exhaustion. However, 10 moves had passed. 20 moves had passed. 30 moves had passed. Zhao Wuming was gasping for breath, his spirit energy depleted. On the other hand, Su Yu was still full of energy. What's going on? Zhao Wuming was shocked. Why was his opponent's spirit energy still so strong? After a great battle between 20 people, more than half of his spirit energy should have been depleted. The spectators slowly realized that something was amiss. How could they know that Su Yu's foundation was so deep that it far exceeded that of normal people? Finally, another 30 moves had passed. Zhao Wuming's spirit energy was finally depleted, and his abdomen was struck by Su Yu's finger. Rumble. His abdomen was penetrated by the spirit energy, his flesh and blood splattering everywhere. He let out a horrible shriek and fell to the ground. At this point, the 20 strong martial artists at the distinguished guest seats had all fallen to the ground. Everyone stared at the silver-haired young man in the white robe, realizing that the strongest martial artist of the new generation, second only to the three great geniuses, had been born. He was 15 years old and had great potential. In the future, he could become a legend of the new generation. Zhao Wuming's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He held his abdomen, which was in great pain, and slowly walked out of the metal cage. The rest of the geniuses also retreated, ashamed. Who allowed all of you to leave? However, a cold hum could be heard from behind them. Zhao Wuming turned around angrily. What do you want? What do I want? Of course, I want you to apologize. Su Yu pointed at an Euro, who was behind him. For your disgusted eyes, for your offensive actions, apologize. Su Yu was extremely cold. Why did he want to anger the geniuses of the Alliance City? Why did he want to fight all of them alone? It was because he wanted to seek justice for an Euro. She was not an evil person. Apologize. To this ugly woman? Zheng Shenbao laughed angrily. Are you humiliating us? How can we apologize to this ugly woman, who is a slave? Su Yu did not look at him. Instead, he looked deep into the sky. His voice gradually turned cold. I will repeat for the last time. Apologize. Zheng Shenbao laughed angrily. Scram. Who do you think you are, Wiz? A figure attacked. It was Su Yu. His cold eyes shot out an icy light. A finger pierced through Zheng Shenbao's dantian. Zheng Shenbao gave a horrible shriek. His cultivation base was crippled. This scene caused an uproar. What a ruthless Su Yu. The Zheng family was a well-known family in the Alliance City. Yet, Su Yu dared to cripple his cultivation base. Slap. However, what made people gasp was that Su Yu had not only crippled his dantian. He had also smashed his head into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Zheng Shenbao's head was like an exploding watermelon, shattering on the spot. I will repeat for the last time. Apologize. If not, kill. No. Pardon. Su Yu's voice was empty and distant, filled with endless coldness. Some of the geniuses, who were filled with righteous indignation and left with Zheng Shenbao, felt their scalps turn numb, crippling his cultivation base first, then taking his life. Where did he get his guts from? I apologize. A female genius, who was extremely far away from Su Yu, felt her limbs go soft. She had completely put down her pride. So sorry. Su Yu swept his gaze past the rest of the geniuses. However, those who were swept by his gaze did not dare to be angry. All of them lowered their noble heads and apologized to an Euro. Even Zhao Wuming lowered his head after staring at Su Yu for some time. Hence, a shocking scene appeared. All of the geniuses in the Alliance City were forced to lower their heads and apologize. All of this was because of a mysterious young man, Mr. Yin Yu. Chapter 237. There was a sweet smile on her delicate face. Sister Yusin, who exactly is he to you? This woman was naturally Li Yang, who had always competed with Ouyang Yusin. Why, Sister Yusin, do you know that Yin Yu? Sir Feng Yu's expression was one of displeasure. Ouyang Yusin hurriedly said, No, I don't know him. Li Yang laughed. So you don't know him? That's good. From now on, he belongs to the Li family. You. Ouyang Yusin panicked. It was as if a toy that belonged to her had been snatched away by Li Yang. Her heart ached, and she was also a little angry. But just as she was about to speak, she noticed Sir Feng Yu's expression and could only swallow her words. The green-robed elder's eyes gradually darkened. He could no longer deny that the Lin family had misjudged him. Su Yu's talent could very well be below Lin Aojue's. He had such abilities at the age of 15. If he was given 3 years, his achievements might. The Lin family had been blind to miss out on such a genius. But because of this, Su Yu could not be allowed to live. Hehe, interesting. To think that you would chase me all the way here. Lu Jun's lips suddenly revealed a mocking smile. He stood up leisurely, staring at Su Yu with a cold gaze. I let you escape like a stray dog last time. This time, you will not be so lucky. The entire place was silent. The Alliance Vice Master, Lu Jun, knew Su Yu. Su Yu silently sighed. When an Euro had appeared, how could Su Yu not know that she was bait? Lu Jun was testing him, but Su Yu could not watch as an Euro was injured by the blades. He owed her too much. A cold intent flashed past Su Yu's lips as he stared at Lu Jun. That's right. A deputy Alliance Master was so awe-inspiring when he was bullying a small disciple. But in front of the Palace Master of the Empire of Darkness, he fled like a dog. Since their identities had been exposed, Lu Jun would not let him off even if he pretended to be a coward. Instead, he might as well take a gamble. Lu Jun's expression turned rigid. As a regret, you have already said what you wanted to say. He flicked his finger, his killing intent surging. Rumble, the door of the metal cage slammed shut. This cage is made of black gold. Not to mention you, even I wouldn't be able to break it. You have nowhere to go. Lu Jun's lips curled into a mocking smile. The cage itself was a trap. However, Lu Jun's expression changed slightly. Su Yu held a Neuro's slender waist with one hand, while his wine-red right eye flickered with a red light. In an instant, the two of them disappeared into thin air. Natural spatial talent. The audience was in an uproar, their faces pale with shock. The expressions of the green-robed elder and Lu Jun change. The group of geniuses was also shocked. It was rumored that some people with extremely special physiques were born with a certain innate talent. Such a person was 1 in a million. Among them, spatial talent was extremely rare and mysterious. This mysterious young master actually had spatial talent, shocking everyone. The Yunxiang cabinet master's beautiful eyes were unprecedentedly bright. Her calm and pretty face rippled with surprise. My senses were right. It's really the space innate talent. You want to escape? Lu Jun's smile was stiff as he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. He had actually been tricked by Su Yu. Whoosh, Lu Jun soared into the sky and left. The group of people also chased after him curiously. 20 miles away, Su Yu held a Neuro, using his full speed to escape. However, he could not escape an immortal realm fighter. Lu Jun quickly caught up. Seeing Su Yu holding a Neuro, his eyes were filled with killing intent. If I, Lu Jun, want to kill you, no one can stop me. Put her down and kneel to apologize. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. You make it sound like you are invincible. You are merely a deputy alliance master. In front of a strong fighter, you can only escape. What arrogance. Humph. At least I can easily crush you. Lu Jun let out a cold grunt. Su Yu was not afraid. You can try. The Su Yu of today was no longer the Luxian faction disciple who could not even retaliate. Lu Jun would have to pay the price if he wanted to kill him. In the name of the Deputy Alliance Master, I grant you death. Lu Jun's killing intent was intense, and he attacked. Stop! A shout came from afar. It was the Yunxiang Cabinet Master, hurriedly chasing after Su Yu. Lu Jun calmly glanced at her. Not only did he not stop, he increased the intensity of his attack, calmly saying, I'm sorry, but he is someone I want to kill. No one can stop me, is that so? The Yunxiang Cabinet Master took out a golden token. On it, the words Divine Heaven Manna were carved. Seeing the token, Lu Jun's body trembled, his expression changing. Finally, he clenched his teeth and retracted his palm at the critical moment, his expression unhappy. Zi Yunxiang, you want to meddle in my business? Zi Yunxiang was the Yunxiang Cabinet Master's real name. Holding the jade token, Zi Yunxiang had a relaxed expression. Yes. Her merciless reply caused Lu Jun's expression to turn gloomy. Don't forget, the Divine Heaven Manor is under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. The Alliance Master decides everything. Zi Yunxiang glanced at him and said indifferently, Please remember that you are only a Deputy Alliance Leader, and you are ranked last among the 9 Deputy Alliance Leaders. It is not your place to intervene in the affairs of the God of Heaven Palace. What kind of existence was the Divine Heaven Manor? As the Deputy Alliance Master, he did not have the right to interfere. Fine, I will remember this debt. I will let him go again today. Lu Jun shot a cold gaze toward a Neuro, who was in Su Yu's embrace. Hand her over. Unable to kill Su Yu, he could only settle for the next best thing, a Neuro. But Zi Yunxiang calmly said, You are not allowed to take her away. Zi Yunxiang, don't go too far. Lu Jun was shocked and furious. Zi Yunxiang waved the golden token in her hand, a smile on her face. Lu Jun's expression was ugly. Fine. I will remember this day. Zi Yunxiang, you will pay for this. Looking at Su Yu coldly, Lu Jun flicked his sleeves and left. Originally, he had released a Neuro to test Su Yu. In the end, Su Yu had indeed tested Lu Jun, but not only had he failed to kill him, he could not even retrieve a Neuro, whom he had painstakingly obtained. One could imagine his frustration. At this moment, many people had caught up. Witnessing this scene, they were all confused. Mr. Yin Yu, Would you do me the honor of coming to the cabinet for a gathering? Zi Yunxiang smiled. Cabinet. The expressions of the geniuses changed. Yunxiang cabinet master, how can he enter the cabinet? Mr. Feng Yu's expression changed. Lin Aojue spoke, a rare occurrence. Are you joking? Even I do not have the right to enter. What right does he have to enter? Two of the three great legends were acting out of character. Su Yu did not understand. Could the Yunxiang cabinet's cabinet have other intentions? Zi Yunxiang maintained her smile, calmly looking at Mr. Feng Yu and Lin Aojue. Does the Shentian manor need your approval? Both of their expressions froze, speechless at the same time. They could only stare at Su Yu with a gloomy gaze. Li Yang came out from the crowd, her small mouth wide open. Brother Yin Yu, you are too amazing. To think that you were selected by the Shentian manor in advance. Chapter 238. Zi Yunxiang smiled kindly. The inner cabinet of the Yunxiang Pavilion is the only passageway to the Shentian manor. Inviting you into the inner cabinet means inviting you to join the Shentian manor. You are the second person to enter the Shentian manor before the alliance tournament. Zi Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. I will recommend you to become my father's last disciple. The last sentence caused another huge uproar. Lin Aojue and Mr. Feng Yu were both stunned. What did you say? Recommend him to become Housemaster Zi's disciple? Zi Yunxiang's father was the Shentian Manor Lord, Zi Donglai. He was a peerless expert who was as famous as the Alliance Master. Shentian Manor would be under his control. In the 100 Territories Alliance, a single word from him could change the fate of a sect. Whether it was destruction or prosperity, it was all up to him. He was a mythical existence. Because he lived in seclusion, almost no one had seen him before. He was even more mysterious than the Alliance Master. And now, Zi Yunxiang had actually recommended Su Yu to become Zi Donglai's disciple. That was a lofty existence that was below only one person and above tens of thousands of people. With such an existence, the Lin family and Feng family were not even worth mentioning. The Ouyang family was even more difficult to reach. It could be said that Su Yu had soared to the sky, and his status was incomparably noble from now on. Lin Aojue exuded a fierce aura. Why can he do it, but I can't? As the leader of the three great legendary geniuses, who in the 100 Territories Alliance could rival him? However, Su Yu, whom he had never looked at properly, was stepping on his head. Me. No. Lin Aojue pointed his finger at Su Yu, pausing between each word. Zi Yunxiang frowned slightly. So what if I don't accept it? Even your Lin family's patriarch doesn't have the right to question it, much less you. After her speech, Zi Yunxiang looked at Su Yu. Have you considered it? Zi Yunxiang had a confident and calm smile on her face. She believed that Su Yu would make a wise choice. After remaining silent for a long time, Su Yu cupped his fists and said, I want to know why you chose me. Zi Yunxiang pursed her lips into a smile and gently clenched her jade-like hand. Suddenly, a weak spatial energy reverberated in the void. Innate space talent. Su Yu was slightly shocked. Looking at the others' expressions, they were not surprised at all. Your spatial talent is the only reason. So that's how it is, Su Yu thought. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu looked up and said apologetically, Thank you for your kindness, Miss Zi, but I already have a master, so I can't join another faction. Zi Yunxiang's smile froze. It was obvious that she had not expected Su Yu to give such a reply. However, she, who was quick-witted, smiled sweetly. There is no rush to answer this question. Why don't you follow me into the Shentian Manor first? After several invitations, Su Yu finally found it hard to reject them. He sighed, all right. However, I do not wish to become a disciple who has been decided internally for the time being. I want to participate in the Alliance meet. The White Bone Resurrection Elixir could only be obtained in the Alliance tournament. Zi Yunxiang thought to herself, what a proud and arrogant man. Must he really want to prove himself through the Alliance tournament? All right. There are still 8 more days before the Alliance tournament. Before you become an internal disciple, we can make an exception and allow you to train in the Shentian Manor for a few days. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Thank you, Miss Zi. However, in Su Yu's heart, there was always a shadow that he could not get rid of. He really wanted to know if Zi Yunxiang would rather offend Lu Jun to protect him if he didn't have an innate talent for space. The answer was very clear. Not everyone was as selfless as a neuro. What Zi Yunxiang valued was Su Yu's innate talent for space, not him as a person. However, no matter what, he was indebted to Zi Yunxiang. He hid this shadow deep in his heart and did not say it out loud. Mr. Yin Yu, let's go. Zi Yunxiang moved her feet lightly, passing through the crowd with Su Yu. Everyone's eyes were filled with passion. The final disciple of the future housemaster Zi was a noble status that could change the fate of a powerhouse. Many geniuses had the intention of befriending him. However, after the battle at the Yunxiang cabinet, their relationship was extremely strained. How could they put down their pride? Brother Yin Yu, I did not attack this sister. Li Yang chased after him with a smile, her eyes darting around. Su Yu turned his head, calmly smiling. Yen, thank you. Then can we be friends? Li Yang said charmingly. Su Yu nodded. You can look for me anytime. These were naturally perfunctory words. Li Yang had indeed not attacked a neuro, but she had despised her before. The group of geniuses looked at the excited Li Yang, their intestines turning green with regret. Just as they were about to pass through the crowd, a beautiful figure stood out from the crowd. Her fiery red phoenix robe danced in the wind, her beautiful face intoxicating. On her porcelain skin, 2 crimson clouds bloomed beautifully. As she lowered her head shyly, there was an indescribable charm to her. Mr. Yin Yu. Ouyang Yusin's body turned stiff, her face slightly red, her voice like a mosquito's buzz. Her heart was filled with regret. Who would have thought that Su Yu would become the final disciple of Housemaster Zi overnight? His status was enough for the Ouyang family to soar. If they could have maintained their previous relationship, would this have happened? Zi Yunxiang was a bit surprised. Oh, Mr. Yin Yu, do you know Miss Ouyang? Su Yu looked at her indifferently, shaking his head. I do not. Then, he brushed past her shoulder. From start to finish, he didn't even look at her. It was not that Su Yu was heartless, but he did not want to be associated with the Ouyang family. He had made many enemies in the Alliance City. If he continued to be involved, the Ouyang family would inevitably be implicated. However, he could not convey this to Ouyang Yusin. Ouyang Yusin's body trembled, a layer of mist forming in her beautiful eyes. The words "do not know" made Ouyang Yusin feel bitter. Su Yu was a guest of the Ouyang family. She was closer to Su Yu than anyone else. The chance to change the fate of the family was within her grasp. However, all because she wanted to cling to Mr. Fengyu, she had given up on him. Deep regret engulfed her heart, making Ouyang Yusin feel bitter. This news spread throughout the Alliance City at a shocking speed. A youth of mysterious origins with innate space talent could become the final disciple of Housemaster Zi, the Lin family. Hearing this news, the Lin family master was disappointed for a long time. There are times when I make an error of judgment. If we had kept him that day, Yin Yu might have been a talent of the Lin family. The Lin family master looked at Lin Aojue, who was not far away, a little reproachful. If not for accommodating Lin Aojue and keeping Su Yu at the door, they would not have missed such a talent. Lin Aojue was furious. Who does he think he is? Does he think he can compare to me? If he had met me alone, I would have killed him. The Zeng family. When Zheng Nantian heard that his son had provoked Su Yu and had been killed, tears streamed down his face. Shunbao. Zheng Nantian was grief-stricken. He thought back to Mr. Yin Yu, his eyes filled with hatred. Yin Yu, wait until I find out your identity. If you are not a member of the Phoenix Cabinet, I will turn your bones to dust no matter where I go. The Ouyang family. Ouyang Yusin knelt in front of Ouyang Long, her tone melancholic. I'm sorry, father. It was I who messed things up. I have said before that the matters of the world cannot be measured by benefits. You have lost the big picture because of a small gain. Knowing that his daughter had intentionally distanced herself from Su Yu in order to cling to Mr. Fengyu, Ouyang Long felt pity. But he did not reprimand his daughter. Chapter 239. Yunxiang Pavilion. Amidst the tight security, Su Yu entered the inner cabinet of the Yunxiang cabinet. There were many experts in the cabinet, and the pavilions were exquisite and gorgeous. It was bustling with noise and excitement, completely different from the outside world. In the pavilion, one could occasionally catch a glimpse of stunning and beautiful prostitutes, dazzling one's eyes. The cabinet is only open to the Shentian manor. If Mr. Yin Yu is interested, I will arrange for a few beautiful ladies. Zi Yunxiang smiled faintly. It just so happens that there's still some time before the gates of the Shentian manor open. You can stay here and have some fun. Su Yu shook his head. No need. Please give me a quiet room. Lowering his head to look at an euro in his arms, Su Yu's expression turned grave. From the moment they appeared, an euro's expression had been strange. She didn't even resist when he held her in his arms and tried to escape. Zi Yunxiang glanced at an euro and nodded lightly. I'll let Deputy Pavilion Master Figo make the arrangements. After a short while, Su Yu was arranged to enter a spacious and luxurious room. I'm going to see my father. You should rest for now. If there's anything you need, you can look for Deputy Pavilion Master Figo. Zi Yunxiang left after she finished speaking. A young man stood at the entrance, smiling as he watched Zi Yunxiang leave. A hint of infatuation flickered in his eyes. When he retracted his gaze, he looked at Su Yu coldly. If you need anything, you can call me. Then, he left with a straight face. Feeling his faint hostility, Su Yu had no time to care. He laid an euro down on the bed and examined her body. His eyes were filled with surprise. Everything is normal, but why does it seem like something is missing? Yunyazi had woken up. She's missing her soul. From the looks of it, she sealed her own soul and entered a self-sealing state. In other words, she's a fake dead person. Yunyazi said, in her current state, even if we kill her, she won't resist. No wonder she didn't react to the danger in the cage and only had a simple expression on her face. It was obvious that an euro did not want her chastity to be trampled on, so she isolated herself and cut herself off from the outside world. Can you wake her up? Su Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, Yunyazi shook his head slightly. Unless she wakes up on her own, there's no other way. Frowning slightly, Su Yu revealed his murderous intent. Lu Jun. He couldn't imagine what kind of pressure an euro had to go through to seal herself off and become a fake dead person. Su Yu had to kill this person. Clang! At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. It was noisy outside. Brother Xiao Yaro, thank you for helping me get a Heaven Manor medallion. This way, I can cultivate in the Jade spiritual pool again. A sweet and charming voice said. Hehe, it's good that you know. Then, you know how to serve me tonight, right? How about letting me play however I want? A slightly evil voice floated into his ears. I hate you. Ah, someone's here. The woman suddenly screamed. She stepped into the room and discovered that there were two people inside. The young man's expression hardened. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Su Yu sized up the two of them. The woman was wearing revealing clothes, and her neckline was extremely low. A snow-white ravine was clearly visible, and it was enough to captivate one's soul. Her face was charming, and there was a hint of the world around her. The young man was around 20 years old. His skin was dark, but his cultivation level was extremely high. He was actually at Dragon Realm level 5 peak. At this moment, the young man was hugging a charming woman and kicking the door open. I asked you a question. Who allowed you to be in my room? The youth named Xiao Yaro shouted in a stern voice. Su Yu's expression turned cold. Didn't anyone teach you to knock before entering? Also, who said this was your room? The youth named Xiao Yaro pointed at his own nose. Because I am Chen Xiaoyao. Chen Xiaoyao? Is he famous? Su Yu gently shook his head. Chen Xiaoyao's expression turned rigid. He then sized up Su Yu. Where did this wild kid come from? I don't remember there being someone like you in the Shentian Manor. Su Yu calmly said, I don't need you to know. Get out immediately. Me. I should be the one saying that. Chen Xiaoyao stepped forward. I'll let you know who Chen Xiaoyao is. Otherwise, you won't know how you die in the Shentian Manor. You want to fight? Sure. Su Yu was unwilling to pass on this responsibility. Stop! Whoosh! A voice rushed over from afar, loudly berating Su Yu on the spot. Only after approaching did he realize that it was Fei Ge. He swept his gaze past the two of them, his gaze fixed on Chen Xiaoyao. He hurriedly smiled. So it's Mr. Xiaoyao, soared Chen. What are you two doing? Fei Ge seemed to respect and fawn over this person. Chen Xiaoyao crossed his arms, his nostrils slightly raised. Why has my exclusive room been taken by someone else? Chen Xiaoyao often came to the Yunxiang cabinet to have fun. This room was one of the most prestigious. He had come here many times. Normally, the Yunxiang cabinet would not allow outsiders to stay in it. But today was an exception. Mr. Chen, please forgive me. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Fei Ge smiled apologetically. After saying this, he ordered the maids outside the door. Go, get another room. After which, Fei Ge looked toward Su Yu. Tidy up. The two of you are staying over there. The conditions are similar. Don't cause a ruckus here and disturb the guests. Two maids hurriedly entered, rearranging the tables and chairs, and tidying up the bed. Wait. Su Yu stopped the two maids. Fei Ge creased his brows. What else is there? I already said that the other room is similar to this one. He was disgusted by Su Yu's ruckus. Su Yu blinked coldly, looking toward Fei Ge. Have you asked for my opinion from the start? Have you respected my choice? The two rhetorical questions caused Fei Ge to freeze. Then his expression turned cold. This room is exclusive to Mr. Chen. You are in the right to enter someone else's room? Su Yu laughed coldly. What a joke. When you arranged for me to enter, why didn't you mention that this was exclusive to Mr. Chen? Now that he is here, you are telling me that this is someone else's room? You want us to leave? We were clearly the ones who stayed here first, but you did not respect our opinion. You made the decision for us on your own, asking us to leave. Do you even have us in your eyes? Fei Ge was embarrassed by the series of questions. This is the Yunxiang cabinet. I am in charge. Whatever I say goes. Fei Ge said coldly. Su Yu laughed. Why don't you say that you are in charge of the Shentian manor as well? You. Fei Ge was furious. If not for the fact that the two of them had been personally sent here by Zi Yunxiang, why would he waste words with them? Taking a deep breath, Fei Ge suppressed his anger. Consider it as giving me some face. Give this place to Mr. Chen. I will remember this favor. Unexpectedly, Su Yu laughed coldly. Giving you face? Have you ever given us face? If you want others to respect you first need to respect others. Scram. Fei Ge was furious. How dare you? The Yunxiang cabinet is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Fei Ge suddenly attacked. With the ability of Dragon Realm Level 5 upper tier, suppressing Su Yu of Dragon Realm Level 1 was a piece of cake. Wind Shadow Step. Su Yu laughed, stepping forward to kick him. Crack! Fei Ge's expression turned rigid. His body was like a rock, sent flying out of the door, crashing into the rock. Cough cough, Fei Ge coughed out a large amount of blood, his expression shocked. You! What cultivation level are you at? Su Yu let out a cold grunt. A piece of trash of Dragon Realm Level 5 dares to be arrogant in front of me? Chen Xiaoyao's expression turned serious. He knew that he could defeat Fei Ge in one move, but he might not be able to do it so easily. Who are you? Chen Xiaoyao asked cautiously. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. Who are you to care? Scram. Fine. I'll let it go this time, but don't let me see you again. Chen Xiaoyao clenched his teeth, suppressing his anger as he turned to leave with the lady. Wait. You leave, she stays. Su Yu said coldly. Chen Xiaoyao turned back and laughed angrily. You want my lady to stay? You really want a foot after giving me an inch? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place. Chen Xiaoyao pushed away the lady in his arms, spirit energy surging throughout his body. Dragon Swimming Step. It was a superficial immortal level technique. As expected of a student of the Shentian manor, they were both at Dragon Realm Level 5 peak, but he was much stronger than Zhao Wuming. Thunder Star Finger. Su Yu was not afraid at all, and he attacked. His finger was like a shadow, lightning arcs flying. The two collided, creating a powerful impact. But the result was thud, thud, thud. Chen Xiaoyao retreated a few steps, his eyes filled with shock. An immortal level technique of stage 1 lower class? You're only 15. Rumble, but what answered him was Su Yu's continuous attacks. After taking a few blows, he was finally struck in the chest by a finger. Pooh! Chen Xiaoyao spat out a mouthful of blood, flying out of the house. Don't provoke me again. Su Yu closed the door. Chen Xiaoyao heard the lady's cry, spitting out a mouthful of blood in anger. I will not let you off. Chen Xiaoyao's face was green and filled with hatred. Su Yu closed the door, pulling the charming lady to the front of the bed. What are you doing? The charming lady's voice trembled, already prepared to be raped. Su Yu calmly said, Do you know how to take care of others? The charming lady looked at the motionless Anuro, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. Of course I know. Good. Take good care of her for the next 8 days. I will thank you later. Su Yu took out a phoenix feather. Seeing the item, the charming lady gasped. This is a phoenix feather? You should know the consequences if she is injured in the slightest. Su Yu let out a cold grunt. I know. The lady naturally knew how to coerce and bribe. Su Yu nodded. What is the Tian Mana token you mentioned just now? What is the Jade Spiritual Pool? The charming lady was extremely obedient. Even though she was reluctant, she could only hand over a silver-white token. The words Shintian Mana were carved on it, similar to Zi Yunxiang's golden jade token. This is an item circulated in the Shintian Mana, Su Yu said. It is equivalent to a one-time authorization, such as entering the depository of scriptures, training rooms, etc. Some places require more Tian Mana tokens. For example, entering the depository of scriptures requires 3 Tian Mana tokens, and entering the training room requires 1. The Jade Spiritual Pool is the secret cultivation realm with the densest spirit energy in the Shintian Mana. It opens once every 6 months, and entering it requires a Tian Mana token. If you are lucky, you can even break through an entire realm in the Dragon Realm. Whoosh! Su Yu grabbed the token, his eyes glowing. What he needed now was to break through the shackles of his cultivation level. Even though he could defeat Dragon Realm level 5 peak, Su Yu's abilities were far inferior to legendary geniuses like Sir Feng Yu and Lin Aojue. Chapter 240. Mr. Yin Yu, the Shintian Mana has opened. Zi Yunxiang arrived an hour later. Su Yu nodded, taking one last look at an euro before stepping into the Shintian Mana. The Yunxiang cabinet was a restricted area, heavily guarded. A huge steel door, 10 zhong tall, emitted a cold aura. After pushing it open, a shocking amount of spirit energy surged forth. Taking a light breath, Su Yu was shocked. The density of the spirit energy was no less than that of the ancient Xianyun temple. What entered his eyes was a vast forest. To a Dragon Realm level 3, the forest was filled with treasures that were extremely precious. Dragon Realm spirit beasts could also be seen. Compared to the ancient Xianyun temple, the resources of the Shintian Mana were even more terrifying. But the Luxian faction could only enter the ancient Xianyun temple once every 5 years. The geniuses of the Shintian Mana could train there for long periods of time. In such an environment, even those with mediocre talents could achieve something. Furthermore, which student of the Shintian Mana was not a genius? It was no wonder the geniuses of the Alliance wanted to enter the Shintian Mana. This place was the gathering of the strongest resources of the 100 Territories Alliance. It was a holy land of dreams. Whoosh, whoosh, the two of them were about to enter when 2 figures hurriedly walked out from the Shintian Mana. One in front and one behind. The latter was none other than Chen Xiaoyao, who had been forced back by Su Yu. The former was an 18-year-old youth wearing a golden cloak. His facial features were handsome and radiant. His cloak fluttered in the wind, giving off a noble aura. His talent was shocking. He had reached Dragon Realm level 6 lower tier. Xiong'er, you are finally back. The noble youth walked over quickly, a smile on his face. His smile was filled with eagerness. It was not difficult to see the hidden adoration. Zi Yunxiang creased her brows. Han Shu, mind the way you address me. Zi Yunxiang did not like Han Shu's eagerness. Han Shu continued to smile. Xiong'er, since you are my fiancé, why are you treating me like an outsider? You will be mine sooner or later. Who is your fiancé? Zi Yunxiang was slightly angry. Han Shu laughed. We were betrothed before we were born. Uncle Zi and my father have already discussed this matter. I think the wedding date will be decided soon. Back then, it was clearly an agreement between the two families that if the first child of the two families was a boy and a girl, they would be in-laws. But your Han family's first child was your sister, not you. How is this arranged marriage? Zi Yunxiang was extremely dissatisfied with the forced arranged marriage. Han Shu's smile never faded in front of her. Xiong'er, don't be like this. In the entire 100 territories, who else but me, Han Shu, is worthy of you? You and I are a match made in heaven, and we will be husband and wife sooner or later. Zi Yunxiang's face was filled with displeasure. I don't need you to decide on my marriage. Unexpectedly, Han Shu smiled mysteriously. Is that so? I believe that you will definitely marry me. Whatever you think. Now, get out of the way. Zi Yunxiang's pretty face turned cold. Han Shu stepped aside to let Zi Yunxiang pass. Su Yu followed him expressionlessly. Unexpectedly, Han Shu extended his arm and stopped Su Yu. His face, which had been filled with happiness just a moment ago, turned cold in the blink of an eye. She can go, but you stay. Looking at Chen Xiaoyaro, whose face was filled with hatred, Su Yu understood that they had come for Su Yu. Han Shu, what are you doing? Zi Yunxiang was slightly surprised. Han Shu smiled indifferently. Xiong'er, this is none of your business. I have come for him. He is my guest. Zi Yunxiang regained her senses, shielding Su Yu behind her. Not only did this action not dispel Han Shu's intentions, but his gaze became even colder. Then all the more I must make him stay. Today, Xiong'er will not protect you. I will teach you a lesson. I will protect you, and even more so, I will teach you a lesson. In any case, if I, Han Shu, want to teach someone a lesson, no one in the 100 Territories Alliance can escape. Han Shu's arrogance was shocking. The onlookers passing by had wanted to watch a good show. But when they noticed Han Shu's presence, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. All of them kept quiet out of fear and dodged silently. The arrogance that came from the depths of his bones caused everyone's hearts to tremble. But Su Yu was indifferent. You talk big. I wonder what gives you the right to say that. Hihi, you still don't know who he is. Chen Xiaoyaro laughed coldly. I am not afraid to tell you that he is the second son of the 100 Territories Alliance Master, Mr. Han. Do you understand how much weight his words carry? Chen Xiaoyaro laughed coldly. Actually, from Zi Yunxiang's reaction, Su Yu had already guessed his identity. To be able to call the strongest martial artist of the 100 Territories Alliance, Zi Donglai, uncle other than the rumored son of Alliance Master Han, who would dare be so insolent? So what if I know? Su Yu calmly said. Han Shu shot him a cold glare. So what? Of course I want your life. From teaching Su Yu a lesson to wanting Su Yu's life, it had only been a short moment before he had changed his mind. In his eyes, Su Yu was nothing more than a piece of grass. Let's try it out first. Just based on your identity, you cannot scare me. Su Yu was calm, not the slightest hint of fear. He had already offended many people. So what if there was one more? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Is it not enough to kill you? Han Shu could not be reasoned with. Where did Su Yu get his confidence from? Putting aside his status as a person above tens of thousands of people, his abilities alone were enough to suppress Su Yu to the point where he could not retaliate. I shall see where your confidence comes from. Han Shu released his aura, preparing to attack. Stop. At that moment, two black-robed middle-aged men shot over from afar. One was tall, and the other was short. Both of their expressions were extremely serious, as cold as steel. The short man's expression was solemn, his face tense as he walked over quickly. The rules of the Shentian Manor forbid private fights. Violators will be severely punished. The tall man stood with his hands behind his back, as if his status was slightly higher than the short man's. Their cultivation levels were not simple. The tall middle-aged man, if he was not mistaken, had already reached Dragon Realm level 7. The short man was a Dragon Realm level 5 existence. Zi Yunxiang heaved a sigh of relief. If no one stopped her, it would be difficult for her to stop Han Shu. These two were the Shantian Manor's law enforcers, in charge of the Shantian Manor's punishments. Those who violated the rules would not be able to escape punishment. Han Shu's expression flickered. After a long time, he reluctantly pulled back his palm. Seeing that both of them had stopped, the short man walked toward Suyu without hesitation, coldly berating, "Private fights are forbidden. Why did you stir up trouble? Tell me your name." Suyu was stunned at first. When he glanced at the arrogant and indifferent Han Shu, he understood what was going on. Even the law enforcers could not handle matters fairly. How could they dare offend the son of the Alliance Master? But there had to be a conclusion to the matter of today's provocation. Since they could not punish Han Shu, they could only punish Suyu. Even if Suyu was innocent, which part of you saw that I was the one who stirred up trouble? Suyu asked, his gaze gradually narrowing. But the short man turned a deaf ear. Instead, he creased his brows and shouted impatiently, "I'm asking you a question. Name. Speak." As he spoke, the short man took out a small book. Looking at his posture, it seemed like he was going to record the names of the students who had violated the rules and then accept punishment. "I'm asking you which part of your eyes saw that I was the one who stirred up trouble. Left eye or right eye? Speak." Suyu's voice turned cold. He could not tolerate being framed for no reason. Slap! The short man closed the book, his expression cold. "I, the law enforcer, represent the institute to punish." Now, to his surprise, Suyu interrupted him. "I'm asking you a question. Which part of your eyes saw that I was the one who stirred up trouble?" Suyu questioned, his voice cold. Chapter 241. After being interrogated repeatedly, the short man was furious. "Insolence! How dare you speak to the law enforcer this way?" He had wanted to pursue the matter with Suyu and let it slide. Who would have thought that he would bump into a stubborn person, causing him to be put on the spot instead? "Law enforcer? You call yourself a law enforcer? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, framing the innocent. Is this your so-called punishment?" Suyu asked coldly. The short man was furious. "You dare slander me? Slander? How is that slander? You knew that Han Shu was the one causing trouble. You knew that I did not do anything, but you lied, saying that you are weak, cowardly, and using your position for personal gain. Is that wrong? What right does someone like you have to call yourself a law enforcer? Before you punish others, look at yourself in the mirror and see how you are." Every single one of his words was forceful, causing the short man's face to turn red. "You are asking for death." The short man clenched his teeth. "I, the law enforcer, will take you down first." "Ha!" The short man attacked without hesitation, his right hand forming a claw, ruthlessly grabbing towards Suyu's shoulder. "Stop!" Zi Yunxiang, who was at the side, had a cold expression. However, the short man had no intention of stopping. He reprimanded her with a strong sense of righteousness. "Miss Zi, this kind of stubborn student will definitely be a threat to the Shantian Manor. If we don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid he will walk the path of evil in the future." "I told you to stop," Zi Yunxiang angrily chided. But the short man's attitude was firm. "I'm sorry. It is my duty to enforce the law impartially. Even if you are the daughter of the Manor Master, I cannot bend the law for personal gain." He was simply condescending, distorting the truth. He did not even dare touch Han Shu. However, he turned a deaf ear to Zi Yunxiang's word. His intentions were unforgivable. Rumble, at this moment, his hand had already reached for Suyu's chest. Suyu's eyes were cold. Thunder star finger. Rumble, the meteor-like finger struck the short man's claw. He had not used his full strength. In his carelessness, he would definitely suffer. With a pathetic cry like a pig being slaughtered, his claw was blasted into a bloody mess. 5 of his fingers were broken, his flesh charred. Half of his palm was blasted into meat paste. His right palm was basically crippled. This scene caused everyone to be shocked in unison. What a ruthless youth. The short man covered his palm and let out a heart-wrenching howl. His face was filled with resentment. The tall law enforcer, who had been silent all this while, had a cold glint in his eyes, and a threatening killing intent flickered in his eyes. How dare you injure a law enforcer? According to the law, you shall die. Han Shu, who was at the side, had a mocking look on his face. Ignorant. How dare you touch a judge? In Shintian manner, the law enforcers represented punishment. Attacking a law enforcer was a taboo, and according to the law, one would be sentenced to death on the spot. Zi Yunxiang's beautiful face was ice cold, and the golden token appeared once again. Seeing this token is the same as seeing the Manor Lord. Back off. Only then did the tall judge's expression change, and he reluctantly retracted his attack. Miss Z, this person has violated the ban and should be beheaded according to the law. Nevertheless, the tall man was still in a stalemate. Zi Yunxiang's expression was ice cold. I'll say it one last time. Step down. Hearing the threat in the words, the tall man looked at the golden token in fear. He clenched his teeth and supported the short man to leave. Before he left, he took a deep look at Su Yu. Han Shu and Chen Xiaoyao also left. Only Su Yu and Zi Yunxiang remained at the scene. Even though Zi Yunxiang's expression gradually returned to normal, Su Yu could sense that her delicate body was trembling slightly. However, Su Yu's sharp senses detected that her delicate body was trembling slightly. It was trembling in anger. Mr. Yin Yu, did your probing get the result you wanted? Zi Yunxiang's expression could not be seen, but she suddenly asked a brainless question. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, and he sighed. It looks like the Zi family is in a bad situation. Su Yu had been so overbearing, clashing with the judge. It was not because he was angry, but because he wanted to spy on the situation between Housemaster Zi and Alliance Master Han. Two tigers could not share a mountain. The two of them were equally powerful fighters in the 100 Territories Alliance. They looked harmonious, but based on Su Yu's experience, it would be difficult for them to tolerate each other's existence. Since he had entered the Shintian Manor, he naturally had to understand the situation there. He had purposely provoked the judge to test the Zi family's influence in the Shintian Manor. The result was beyond his expectations. The judge was the force that maintained order in the Shintian Manor. But the judge had dared to disobey the orders of the housemaster's daughter. It could be seen that the judge was not under the control of the Zi family. Or rather, the Zi family's influence in the Shintian Manor was very limited. The situation of the two sides was clear at a glance. The Zi family was completely suppressed by Alliance Master Han's side. Even the Zi family's territory, the Shintian Manor, was controlled by Alliance Master Han. The Zi family's situation was not good. Seeing Su Yu's calm reply, Zi Yunxiang let out a self-deprecating laugh. As you can see, in the eyes of outsiders, the Zi family is glorious. Only we know that the Zi family is declining day by day. As expected, Father and Alliance Master Han came from the same superpower. Their abilities were about the same, and they created the 100 Territories Alliance together. At that time, there were enemies everywhere. To reduce conflict, Father and Alliance Master Han agreed that one would control the Shintian Manor and gather the geniuses of the 100 Territories, while the other would control the 100 Territories Alliance. The two would coexist peacefully, even compensating for each other. The Shintian Manor nurtured strong fighters, making the alliance stronger. The alliance continued to send new geniuses to the Shintian Manor, complementing each other. Su Yu understood. The establishment of the Shintian Manor had such a history that no one knew of. All these years, the two sides coexisted peacefully. But in recent years, the alliance has grown stronger, wanting to take control of the Shintian Manor. The Zi family was inevitably suppressed. The law enforcers were a force nurtured by Father. But now, they have sided with the Han family. That is why this has happened. The conflict between the Zi family and the Han family seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. Zi Yunxiang's expression was a little gloomy as she sighed. All right, I'll bring you to see my father first. Since I've decided on you in advance, my father has to agree to it. Su Yu nodded. Of course. Passing through the forest, there was a large patch of simple buildings dotted the forest. It was the legendary Shantian Manor that stretched for dozens of miles. But Zi Yunxiang did not bring him there. Instead, she brought him to a secluded corner of the forest. The environment was quiet and serene. A simple thatched house was faintly discernible in the mist. "This is my father's room," Zi Yunxiang said softly, then knocked on the door. Creak, the door opened silently. A middle-aged man in a grey robe sat cross-legged in the house. His expression was calm, and he seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. His appearance was ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. If not for Zi Yunxiang's reminder, it would be hard to believe that the person in front of him was one of the two strongest fighters of the 100 Territories Alliance, Zi Donglai. "Father, this is Su Yu, who I sent you a message." Before coming, Zi Yunxiang had already sent a detailed report of Su Yu's situation. The grey-robed middle-aged man, Zi Donglai, slowly opened his eyes. Creak.